back to another amazing live. I know it's been a minute, but I want to talk about time, the meaning of time, and I want to shout out Marquise Fabian, Marquise for asking me to talk about um, why do humans evolve around time, or why do time exist? And I posted Ben made a live about this. He asked me probably a week ago to make a video about uh, what's the meaning of time. And so I want to discuss what's the meaning of time, and we want to talk about what time is for and what it's really all about. And so shout out to you, Marquise, brother, for bringing this to my attention, man. I appreciate that, brother. Hope you watching. If not, you probably got to watch it on the playback, but I appreciate you raising the eyebrow to this topic. So as everybody come on in, put a 1 in the chat. Glad to see everybody. It's good to be back. It feel good to be back. I've been doing a lot of running around, but y'all know I couldn't go too long without giving a live. You feel what I'm saying? And so the topic of the day is gonna be, what's the meaning of time? You know, time is a big issue for most people because people spend, well, I ain't gonna say it's an issue. Time is one of the most important things that we battle against every day. Okay. And so before I even get started on where it came from, where time came from, and based on how we living and what civilization it came from, I gotta say, just to get, before I get started, time don't even exist. Time ain't even a real thing. All right. It's no such thing as time. Now, it's a such thing as seasons, like, seasons like summer, uh, winter, spring, fall. It's such thing as seasons, but it ain't no such thing as time. And I'm gonna tell you where time evolved from and where it came from, and basically where we got it from and stuff like that. And I'm gonna just tell you, like, what's the meaning of time? You feel what I'm talking about? And so we're gonna discuss it and talk about these things today because we really want to understand what time is all about. Because a lot of people think time is everlasting, and it's not. It's not. Okay? Because first of all, and before I get all, it's all that, I want everybody to put the ones in the chat. Okay, we got ones in the chat. Okay, let me do this real quick before I get started. Let me do this. Okay, so first of all, we got to remember time don't even exist. All right. I can go at this 1,000 different ways because I know so much about this. I can go at it so many different ways. First of all, you got to remember you a spiritual being. You not the flesh. You not the body. You a spiritual being. I can go at it so many different ways. You dig what I'm talking about? And so we want to remember we is eternal beings because we come from God. We come from divinity. We is eternal beings. We not temporary beings. See, time is for temporary human beings. But really, under this mask, under this flesh, under this body, we eternal beings. We light. First. So let me just put that disclaimer out there first. Remember, you is an eternal being. You come from God. You come from the divine. Now, when we pulling it back down to the physical, or the physical realm, which we live on right now, It's a thing that called time. But I'm gonna tell you where it came from and what's the meaning for time. First of all, you got to remember time come from ancient Kemet. Before ancient Kemet, there was no historical record of anybody practicing time. Um, the pharaohs and some of the scientists and pharaohs, the reason why they came up with time or they invented time is because they wanted to keep uh um they wanted to keep certain things on record. All right, they wanted to keep, you know, certain, some certain beliefs, traditions, and things that was common in that day and age. They wanted to have a record. They wanted to keep it on record. They wanted to keep the pharaohs on record so they can never become forgot about. All right. So we got to understand ancient Egyptians, ancient Kemet is where all this time shit came from. Earlier civilizations before ancient Kemet, and it ain't that many before ancient Kemet, they never practiced time. They just went off astrology. And, you know, the Egyptians went off astrology too. And a lot of other civilizations went off astrology as well. But when ancient Kemet rose up, they came up with this thing and invented this thing called time to keep things on record, to record things. And this is why they say ain't nothing new under the sun. So, you know, when we be around here thinking that we the first ones recording shit and we got tablets and no, they been did that thousands of years ago. They had stone tablets. They had things that they put on record so it can never get lost in the grand scheme of things. So it'll always become available. You feel what I'm saying? To the ones who comes after those civilizations that arose in the past. So what y'all got to remember is, first, time don't even exist because you divine. You come from the spirit realm. You feel what I'm saying? Secondly, when we discussing time and the origins of time, if we're going to discuss the origins of where it came from, it comes from ancient Egyptian civilizations. They came up with that shit. Now, after the ancient Egyptians started the time, you know, the whole little time thing, we took on and we not even on the right time track that was based in the ancient days. So we not on the same time track that the Egyptians is on. I'm gonna talk about the reset and how the new world was reset in the 1700s. That's gonna blow your mind. I'm gonna talk about that later, about the reset and how we not aligned on the same time frame as ancient civilizations. All right, you might think we is. So when they tell you like Jesus walked the earth 2,000 years ago and shit like that, they not telling you that that's inaccurate. That's inaccurate. That's not accurate. All right, because we not on that same timeline no more because we had so many resets in the past. You feel what I'm saying? We had so many resets when it comes to people inventing their own time and wanting to record and start things all over from scratch. That's a real thing. And so let me get back before I get into that. I'm gonna get into that later about the resets, about time and stuff like that. That's I'm gonna get into that later. So what is the meaning of time? To keep record. That's it. That's all it's about. It ain't about nothing else. It's just to keep record, to keep score, to keep record. You know, the have something you can go to that can tell you when a particular event existed. That's it. That's it. You feel what I'm saying? And you know, one thing that's brilliant about the ancient Egyptians, and they were so far ahead of their time, is they knew in order for the events that they dealt with in their past, or them historical events, um um they knew to put it on record so it never can be forgot about. All right. It's a lot that went on earth um that we never know about, because before ancient Egyptian civilizations rose, you had other civilizations before the ancient Egyptians. The reason why we predates our history from back as late as to the ancient Egyptians and ancient Greeks, because that's all that's on record that we know about. That's the only thing that's on record that we know about, that we can profoundly say we have on record. But it's other civilizations that existed as well that never had events or historical, historical events that ever been captured or put in a time capsule that existed. The reason why we know about the ancient Greeks, um, and Ethiopians, and we know about ancient Kemet, is because they have put most of the civilizations that they evolved around on record. That's the only reason why we know about it today. Other than that, we wouldn't even know about it. And it's a lot of civilizations that we didn't even know that was here on Earth. Now, we can find certain customs or certain metals and try to give it an estimate of when we think that it existed. All right. But to be truthful to you, time was really invented by the Egyptians. All right. That's where all this shit come from. We still living based upon well, some of it is Rome. We still living under some of the Roman traditions, but most of the traditions we living under right now to this day is ancient Kemet traditions. Whether you know it or not. Whether you know it or not, most of the shit we do, most of the shit we know about, most of our practices and the traditions we take after is from ancient Egyptians. All right? And so you got to remember, let me say this real quick too. God is eternal. All right? Us humans, well, us spiritual beings is eternal. Before there was ever time or ever a earth, it was eternity. All right? And that's where, when you transition and leave this body, that's where you depart and go back to eternity. The only thing that, and I want y'all to listen to me very carefully. The only thing that exists is eternity. That's it. It's eternity. The reason why the only thing that exists is eternity is because God is an eternal God, and everything comes from God. Now, we may have come up with these little different ways or methods of living here, as you know, amongst each other, as a human civilization. But in the grand scheme of things, time don't even exist. The only thing exists. The only thing that exists, excuse me, the only thing that exists is eternal life. That's it. That's why you can never die. You can never die. Now we came up with a construct that we felt like that was important for us as humans in the physical realm. Now it's time in the physical realm. But the physical realm is temporary. And the physical realm is one big illusion. It really don't even exist. See, when you become real masterful and you become real spiritual, you will understand that none of this stuff is really even taking place. You're not even here. You're not even here. You see what I'm talking about? And so that's why the ancient Egyptians felt like they can take all their customs, all they, physical works. They felt like they could take their money. They thought they can take it and bring it to the afterlife because they understood that they wasn't even here. So they said, damn, if we're not here, if all this is an illusion and it's just one big experience, let's see if we can take everything with us. But it didn't work. It didn't work. Because you got to understand, this is a physical plane and it's a temporary plane. And everything on it must die. Everything. It got to die. Because this is not our zenith. This is not us at our highest level. Okay? This is not who we really is. We really not the body. But most people get caught up into thinking that, they just flesh and blood when you not. You light, you spirit. And where that light and that spirit comes from God. Where God come from is eternity. It ain't no time. See what I'm talking about? And so, so to break it all down and to get back to the, to get back to make it simple, time is just to keep things on record, on file. That's all it is. For use of whatever reason. For use of whatever. People might want to use a particular event to make a particular decision in a later time. So they'll get back, they'll dig back into the past and pull something up so they can make a decision about something moving forward. But all it is to keep things on file. Keep things on record. That's it. Now, what we do have is seasons. Now, seasons come from God. All right? Seasons here on earth come from God, which is most of us know about summer, winter, spring, fall. Those seasons. Most people just think about it this way. Only thing that's telling you that time is real is some numbers. Think about that. Really think about this shit for a minute. The only thing that even give you the idea that time even exists is some numbers you see on your string. That's it. The only thing that give you the idea that time exists is a clock on the wall. But if we didn't have those numbers on your phone, those numbers on your screen, we didn't have those clocks on the wall, where would time be? It wouldn't exist because it don't. The only thing that give you the thought or the idea that time exists is numbers. That's it. And so this is another reason why most people die before their time. Not the time on earth, but the divine time coming from the universe. See, it's a difference between time on earth and divine timing. The reason why most people, or all of us, the modern generations, the reason why we don't live to see 400, 500, 600 years old, because we based everything around a physical time. We based everything around our time. We don't base things around divine timing. So you can die at 100 years old and not even knowing that you died before your time. But these clocks and these numbers in this system programmed you to believe that you only shall live for 100 years and no more than that. But the universe is telling you, bro, you can live for 1,000 years. Who the fuck told you you only can live for 100 years? The system. See, when they took these different practices from the Egyptians, they start implementing all these other ideas to get you caught up into thinking in this one big illusion. Now you got people dying at 40 years old, 50 years old. They're not even making it to see the Earth's average estimated time of a human life, let alone divine timing. If you leave it up to the divine, you can live 500 to 1,000 years. But you don't know nothing about divine timing. All you know is the time that you got here on earth that was gave to you or implemented by a system. And so a lot of people, they get 50 years old, they get 60 and 70 years old, and they be like, oh shit, I only got 30 years to live. No, the fuck you don't got no 30 years to live. You got a whole nother 400 years to live. But you believe in the time of the system. You don't believe in the time of the universe. You believe in the time of the system. And what you do when you put all that energy into panicking because if somebody told you you estimated to only live 100 years old, you panic and you die before your time, coming from a universal perspective or a cosmic perspective. And you think you only got 60, 70, 80 years to live. When really, you could have lived for a whole nother 400 or 500 years. See, what they don't want to tell you is people still here on earth that's 300, 400 years old that they had never put on TV. They had never show you. The reason why they don't want to show you Big Mama and Big Papa, who's deep, deep somewhere in the jungles, that's 300, 400 years old, because they don't want you to think that you can live to be that age, because they want to get as many people to buy into this system, to wipe out as many people at a small period of time as possible. So they had never show you the people right here on earth that's been living for 400 or 500 years and they still here. They'll never show you them people, but it's people still here. While we on this subject, I want to give y'all something that y'all probably never heard of, but I want to give y'all this real quick. And this gonna blow y'all mind. This gonna blow y'all mind. Shit. Based on scientific, first of all, put a 1 in the chat. Put a 1 in the chat. Put a 1 in the chat if y'all can hear me and see me. Put a 1 in the chat. If you can hear me and see me, put a 1 in the chat. Put a 1. Okay, we good. Based on scientific studies and practices, the reason why they can be able to tell when you gonna die is because they're gonna be the ones that kill you. Let that sit. Let that sit. The reason why they got an estimate of when you gonna die is because they gonna be the ones that kill you. How they gonna kill us, True? Through the food, through the air, through different toxins, through all this shit they put in the water. And so this shit is so wicked, man. This shit so this shit so evil and wicked, man. This shit is so evil, dog. This shit is fucked up, dog. This shit fucked up. This shit fucked up, dog. Around the medieval times, I'm gonna say around the 1200s to 1300s, you had different scientists already planning for the new world 1,000 years ago. They was already planning for the new world and had certain thoughts of, the new world and shit like that. This is way before 1776. You feel me? Before the Declaration of Independence and all that shit even hit the fan. They was already planning on how to eliminate as many people as possible to take over. So they did a study of how to lessen or decrease the human lifespan here on Earth. The only reason how they able to give you an estimate of how long you're going to be able to live is because they got different tactics that's already set up to kill you by a certain age. And so they know most people don't make it to live over the age of 100 years old. Because after they get done with you, when they run you through their system, we call it the matrix. After they get done from running you through their system, they know your body is going to break down over time. It's not going to be able to function no longer than 100 years old. But really and truly, the Most High gave us many, many years. If we was to really, and y'all listen to me, if we was to really live by the ways of God, we'd be living towards 1,000 years old. 1,000 years old. The reason why we not living that long no more is because most of us is not living by the ways of the Most High. We not living off the land. We don't eat our fruits and vegetables. And the fruits and vegetables we do eat, it's not even real. It's full of GMOs. It's full of chemicals and all this other shit that they put in the food, which is lessening your time here on Earth. But just imagine if everything was pure. If the water was pure, if the food was pure, we'll still have the ability to live for hundreds and hundreds of years. All right? Don't get it twisted. It ain't nothing more special about the Draconians and the ETs and the reptilians that you can't do yourself. See, the thing is, they would never tell you that you is just if you can hear me. Put a one in the chat if you can hear me, so I can get back to. Okay, I need about 5 people. Okay, we good. You know, people always try to distract me every time. But I want to make sure we good though. We good. All right. So these extraterrestrial beings that we known as the Blue Rays, the Draconians, the ETs, and all these different beings, The thing about these different beings that they would never tell you is you can live as long as these different beings. See, these different beings live still right now to this day, 500 or thousands of years. The reason why these beings is still able to live for a long period of time is because they not being affected by the things you eating, by the things you drinking, or by the system that you is under. All right. Most of these different beings, uh um, they somewhat they ancient, but most of these different beings somewhat still living from a purified state. They still purified for the most part. All right. If we were still in our natural state, like God made us as human beings, we will be able to live for hundreds of years, up to 1,000 years old or more. But the reason why we don't live that long no more is because we have not only we have spiritual entities to where, you know, they go out their way to manipulate human life, but we also got, you know, people, you know, within the government, or, you know, within the military, or scientists that's trying to manipulate human life. Okay? And so we got to remember when we talk about time, and I'm gonna bring it back down. I know I kind of got off on a little tangent, but when we talk about time in the grand scheme of things, time don't even really exist. Time ain't even real. Time is an illusion. The only thing, or the idea that's giving you that time exists is some numbers on the screen. That's it. That's it. And, you know, it's unfortunate because that's the same thing that won't allow us to prevail higher or farther. You feel me? Because we always thinking about, oh shit, I'm gonna die at 100 years old. I'm gonna die at 60 years old. I'm gonna die at 80 years old. When you don't even know that you going way before your time. From a cosmic perspective, you dying before your time. You feel what I'm talking about? And so, you know, and this is why a lot of ancients was able to live for was able to live for so long, because a lot of the ancients had good health. They had good health. They lived off the land. They lived by the ways of nature. We don't do half that shit right now in this day and age. We don't do half that shit. You see what I'm talking about? And this is why, you know, this is why, and I know a lot of people heard this, and I'm gonna bring this up real quick. And so many people text me right now. I'm getting so many messages and stuff. I'm trying to keep up with everything. But this is why scientists always used to tell us humans only use 10% of their brain. The reason why they tell us that humans only use 10% of our brain is because the shit that the system that they set up in place for us to buy into. Only if we was more in our natural state, we'd be able to use 100% of our brain, because everything around us is supposed to work for our benefit when it comes to us raising our vibration or our frequency here on this earth. But because we don't use Mother Earth like we was created to use it, now it put us at a disadvantage. It put us in a lesser way of thinking from a mentality perspective. This is why scientists say humans only use 10% of their brains. It's because you're not really fulfilling your obligation of using Mother Earth to the best of your advantage. Why? Because of you buying into a man-made system that was created for you to perish in the amount of years. And so, we got to understand that most people think they living, but they only living through the system. And let me tell you what I mean about that. Most people is not living in a natural state. Most people is living in a straw man. Y'all heard about the straw man. So you got the real you and you got the straw man version of you, the fake version of you. The fake version of you is what most people is living under. They living in the system and they think they living a life. You ain't living. You ain't living. You ain't living according to nothing that God created you to live by. You living through a system. And you scared to break a rule. You scared to rebel. So everything you do, from the car you drive, the house you live in, what's in your bank account, your credit score, where you go travel to, all that shit is being programmed into you and telling you what you could do and what you can't do. It's being programmed into you to let you know what you can have and what you can't have. So most people don't know what it's like to live a real life. They think because they take a couple vacations somewhere and they go right back home, they think they living. They think my bad. It start buffering, it start freezing up. Put a 1 in the chat if y'all can hear me. I'm gonna have to say that every 5 minutes because I know they listening. I know they listening right now. I know they listening like a motherfucker, but we gonna get this message out. So remember, and I'm gonna get back to time a little later, but this all gonna connect with the topic. This all gonna connect with the subject, but I'm gonna get back to time a little later. Let me talk about this real quick. We is so brainwashed, even me. For the most part, I'm learning how to break away. And some of y'all is learning how to break away too. We is so brainwashed. We have been so programmed and so manipulated for so long to where we don't understand that everything we do is us getting permission from the system to do it. And let me tell you what I mean by that. They asked you when you was younger, what do you want to be when you grow up? Right? All the kids from kindergarten on up, we all get that question. What do you want to be when you grow up? From that moment on, programming is put in place. And you have only but so many options to choose what you want to be when you grow up. The reason why they ask you these kind of things when you're younger, because they got to categorize you. They got to put you in a particular category. Okay? To classify you of some sort. So they ask you, what do you want to be when you grow up? And everybody have these different ideas. I want to be a lawyer. I want to be a nurse. I want to be a athlete. I want to be a singer. I want to be a musician. I want to be a pilot, an engineer. But don't nobody ever ask, or nobody never train their kids to say, I want to be a God. I want to be a God. Don't nobody ever train their kids to say, I want to be a God. Fuck being a football player. Fuck being a rapper. Fuck being a musician. Fuck being a doctor or a lawyer. Those was things that's put in place by the system for you to choose from. And you only got so many options to choose from. That's why everything is oversaturated in the world. Everybody trying to be a basketball player, but only so many get in. Everybody trying to be a football player, but only so many people make it. Everybody trying to be a rapper or a singer or an engineer, but it's only so many positions. You know why? It's because it was designed to be that way. It was designed for you to choose from this script from a child of what you want to be when you grow up. From a musician to an athlete to an engineer to a doctor to a lawyer, all that shit is a part of the script. And you think you really living out your dreams, but you living out the system dreams. You living out the dreams that the system gave to your ass. That's the sad truth. That's the sad truth. You living out a set of dreams. Listen to this shit. You living out a set of dreams that the system made for your ass. And so you be sitting back thinking like, oh shit, nigga, I got hella money. I'm hella rich. I'm living my dreams. Is you really? Is you living your dreams? Or are you living the dreams that's within the matrix? Because most people don't understand you not living your dreams. You living the system dreams based on the options that they gave you to choose from. You see what I'm saying? And so you got to remember, if we program our kids to say, fuck all that shit, I want to be a God when I grow up. I want to be a God. Shit, I want to be a God. If we was to all program our kids to start talking like that, not only it'll increase your life span here on earth, it'll also bring you into another level of creativity most of humanity never will reach. And see, the thing about it is, one thing about the ancient Egyptians, and you got different civilizations of the past, of the old world, one thing that they knew about is not to put themselves in a box, because they lived as gods and goddesses. That's why they was able to do so much. That's why most of the stuff that they was able to do is still a mystery to this day. We can't figure it out. And the reason why we can't figure it out, how the fuck the ancient Egyptians did this, how did all these other Greek civilizations do that, is because they was operating as gods. But you just operating as a particular citizen in a system, or a certain citizen in a system who have been presented with your dreams since you was younger. You have been presented with how much money you can make. You have been presented where you can go and where you can't go. So most people really not even living. They not even living. You feel what I'm talking about? And you got to remember and tell yourself and understand that this is the fall of humanity. Not only spiritual, but if we gonna dial it back down to the physical, our minds is gone. Our minds is gone. We buried our minds and picked up the system. Most of your thoughts you accumulate throughout the day is based on the system. Most of your worries and your stresses is based on the system. Most of your dreams, aspirations, and ambitions is based on the system, as well as time is based on the system. You know, this is why I'm extremely grateful and thankful to do what I do, because I'm able to use something I know that's called my imagination. Your imagination is the other 90% that you're not even using. And so when the scientists, or when these different theologians, or explorers, when they tell you that humans only use 10% of your brain, they're right. Because you forgot to use your imagination. Your imagination is something that's embedded in your essence that keeps you connected to God. That's the other 90% most people is scared to use. Because their imagination has been replaced with a system. And they rather base their truth, their feelings, off of a system than based it on their imaginations and their intuition. And this is what it's all about when it comes to breaking away, becoming like Neo, or becoming like Christ, or becoming like Buddha. It's to take back your mind. Your mind is gone and you don't even see it. They got your mind wrapped up in 1,000 different things and you don't even know it. And so it's hindering you from your creativity or your ability to rise to a higher version of yourself. It's hindering you because they took our minds and replaced it with the system. And most people rather the system think for them. Most people rather the system be there in place to think for them, because most people is not critical thinkers. And they just don't know how to think for themselves, and they not open-minded. This is why most people need religion. They need religion. The reason why most people need religion, because they not spiritual. They not connected to the Most High. So they need something that they can hold on to that's connected to the system, because that's all they know. They've been programmed since a little child with these different methods. And that's all they know. And they hold on to that. And it's sad and it's unfortunate, because these is the things that can not only hinder you from being creative, but can also lessen or decrease your time span here on earth. And we talking about time again. You feel what I'm talking about? And, it's crazy, because and I want y'all to think about this. It's crazy because they want you to forget that you is not, that they want you to forget that you is a spiritual being. If they can, like they did, if they can get you to buy into the fact that you not a spiritual being, then they know you're going to lose yourself in this system. Over time, you're going to lose yourself. We all knew that this is supposed to be a temporary situation. Being, human beings here on earth. This is supposed to be temporary. We all knew this. But somewhere we got caught up into thinking that this is permanent because we lost our connection to our true selves, the real version of you that's within. You see what I'm talking about? Once they can hit you and get you to lose your connection to God, they got you. Because everything you base your life around is going to be you needing them in some kind of way for something. Now, the real, truly spiritual and the ones that know this truth of what I'm talking about, you don't depend on the system for shit. Although you may still work through the system with certain things, but you don't really depend on the system for nothing. Because you know it's all a part of your demise. It's all a part of your demise, and it's all part of you to get you to turn on who you truly are. So, as ancient beings, even when it was their time to transition to the spirit realm, they knew that they didn't die. They only transitioned and transcended to a higher dimension. That's why words like death is not a good word. Dying. I don't like to use words like that, even though we might slip up and from time to time we might say those words, dying and death and shit like that. But really, those words have no belonging in our vocabulary at all. We should be using words like transitioning, ascending. All right? And so you got to remember life and death is in the power of the tongue, and also understand and remember it's one big illusion when it comes to time. It's one big illusion. The only thing that's giving you the idea that time exists is them numbers you got on the screen or that clock you see on the wall. Other than that, you wouldn't know what the fuck time is. You wouldn't even give a fuck about time because you wouldn't know what it is. You be like, time, nigga, what you talking about time? What the fuck is that? And so, you know, the sole purpose and the meaning of time is just to keep things on record, recorded, keep things on file, to be useful for future decisions or future events. All right? And so I just wanted y'all to understand that, and you got to remember that person within you is an eternal being. There's not no person that's within you that evolves around time. That's an eternal being. All right? God gave you the seasons. Man gave you time. All right? And so, you know, I want y'all to remember, and if we talking about from a worldly perspective or a universal perspective, where we dwell in, then yeah, everything is temporary in the grand scheme of things when it comes to this realm. This is a temporary realm. All right? But a lot of people is falling short of realizing how long they can really live if they was not to buy into time like we was programmed to buy into it. We leaving so many years on the table. We leaving so many years on the table because we bought into time. And we think it's something wrong with us living past the age of 100. We think it's something wrong with that. Why? Because we've been programmed to think it's something wrong with it. Because we was told by a group of other people, not God. God didn't tell us you only live to be 100. Another man told you you only live to be 100. That's the expected time for a human being or a human life is only 100 years. God ain't never told you no shit like that. Never. Another man told you that though, and you bought into it. And so, I know I just said a lot. You know what I mean? I talked for a whole hour straight, but I wanted to get this out because it's very important that we understand this. You dig what I'm talking about? And so I get to reading questions and all that. And before I do that, let me tell y'all about because I don't want to lose my thought on that. Let me tell y'all about the reset, which is a real thing. Let me catch that super chat real quick. Praven in this thing. What's good with you, Praven? I see you in this thing, brother. Thanks for the $1.99 dono, bro. I appreciate you, man. God bless you. Thanks for tuning on in and listening to the message. Let me tell y'all about the reset. Now, it's been many a times where calendars have been reset based on different events that took place in the past. It's been plenty of times where we have operated on different calendars, different timelines that's not connected to the original timeline of the earth. We off track. That's why everything is fucked up. We not connected to the original time of the earth or the seasons of the earth. Because the earth have seasons. We're not connected to the seasons of Mother Earth. And it's been so many times where different resets took place. And I'm going to tell you about that. One man God's is the next man's devil. Remember that. One man God is the next man's devil. As certain ancient civilizations rose and other ancient civilizations fell, time started all over again. This is the sad truth. Every time it was a civilization that came into power, they erased anything that was before its reign. They burnt books, they burnt scrolls, they killed off millions of people, they did away with customs, because certain civilizations in the past wanted you to believe that they was the origins of the earth or the first ones to create everything. So they reset. It's going on right now to this day. Donald Trump just did it with New Mexico or Mexico. It's not the Gulf of Mexico no more. It's the Gulf of America. I repeat. It's not the Gulf of Mexico. It's the Gulf of America. Every time a particular king or civilization rise, they always destroy anything that became into existence before their time of reign. And so we seen it after the ancient Egyptians fell and the Greeks rose. The Greeks took on a lot of the ancient Egyptians' mythology, and the Greeks said they was the first ones to create it. What they do? They killed off millions of people or thousands of people. They burnt books. They got rid of different customs, artifacts. They got all these different things rearranged for their benefit. It's because every time a particular civilization or a particular king come into power, they always got to destroy whatever came before it. And by those civilizations or those kings continuing to do this time and time again in history, it reset everything. So we keep starting over. So we don't know how long we've been here on earth. We don't know how long. People can give you they estimate or what they feel, or people can give you a number, but that's not the real time, because time has started over so many different times because of greed, because of corruption. All right. And so, you know, even if you look at you know, Ethiopia and Ethiopian mythology. Soon as Constantine, an emperor of the Roman Empire, became into power, he did away with most of the Ethiopian teachings. Okay? It's happening right now to this day. Every time a particular king or a civilization rise, they always get rid of the old information from the old world. They don't want you to know nothing about it. They don't even want you to know it existed. The reason why they don't want you to know it existed is because they want to be looked at as superior over the people. They did the same thing with America. Y'all put a 1 in the chat if y'all can hear me. Put a 1 in the chat if y'all can hear me. Please put a 1 in the chat if y'all can hear me and see me. Okay, there we go. They did the same thing with America when they said America is of a European descendant, when we know that's a lie out of hell. We know that's a motherfucking lie out of hell. This is not no country that was founded by no European. But when they killed off the Native Americans, when they killed off the tribes of Western civilization, it was this man that everybody know called Christopher Columbus. And they said he was the one that discovered America, when we know that's a lie out of hell. And so they always constantly rewriting history or trying to rewrite history. And by them doing this, trying to rewrite history all the time, it throws everything off. Okay? And so we don't know how long we've been here on earth. They will always tell you, or always try to guess and tell you, oh, it's been 1,000, it's been 100,000 years, it's been 1,000,000 years, it's been 500 million years. You don't know. That's the honest to God truth. And the reason why you don't know, the reason why I don't know, the reason why we don't know is because we're not connected to the original timeline of the earth. We connected to these different constructs and systems that was implemented by all these different emperors, civilizations, kings, and people of greed. All right? And so I want y'all to remember that, like, and I know I just wanted to talk about the reset a little bit so we can understand that it have been many resets, many resets over the course of history, over the course of the time of history. It have been many resets. And we just seen Donald Trump do it with the Gulf of Mexico. He named that motherfucker the Gulf of America. Now, it's going to be people 100 years from now thinking that that's the Gulf of America, which throws everything off from the natural rhythm. And it's not even the Gulf of Mexico, to be real with you. But I'm just making the example to show you how they do these resets. All right? How they do these resets and shit like that. And I will go into more of the reset, but I got another live scheduled talking about the Cabbage Patch Kids, and it will talk about how most people don't have no lineage. Most people ain't got no lineage. They ain't got no ancestry. Most people come from tubes. I'm going to do a live about that, how most people come from tubes. They ain't got no lineage. You might got a grandma, but your grandma came from a tube. You might got a great-great-grandma, but she came from a laboratory where they created these different humans at and reset the entire world. And they after the ones with the pure blood of the earth. We're going to talk about that on another live. How the ones with the real blood that got the pure blood and a strong lineage, we the ones they trying to kill off. And they want to create a world full of humanoids or lab-grown human beings. And we know the military and, you know, the Nazis and Hitler and all these different people, you know, they cloned a lot of people or they made a lot of people in the lab so they can go to war in World War I. You know what I mean? And so it's a real thing. And I'm going to talk about that on another live. I don't want to get too deep off into that because I want that to be a nice special one for another day. So getting back to time. Listen here. And if you ain't heard me nothing, hear me this. The sun never go down. The entire earth, the entire universe is dark. The sun never go down. It just go away. Think about how powerful God is. Let's talk about God real quick. God made this system, this cosmic system. Now, we're not talking about the matrix. We're talking about the system that the Most High made within the universe for us to exist. God made this system called the universe full of lights and the stars and other planets that's lit up. And God even went as far as said, you know what? I'm gonna make a moon and a sun and a moon to have light in this universe that I create. But what we don't know, without those lights or those creations from God, this entire plane is dark. And that's why the Bible talk about outer darkness, because it's a real thing. Everything is really dark. You just think it's light because we got artificial lights on the street. You got the sun come out. But really, the sun never go down. Think about that shit for a minute. That same sun been sitting up there for millennia. That same sun, it never go down. It never come out. How it's gonna come out? It's in place to do what God created it to do. The sun never go down. It just go to the other side of the world. And then when it's done going to the other side of the world, it come back over here to where we at. That same sun, whether it's raining, whether it's snowing, whether it's hailing, whether it's a thunderstorm, whether it's a hurricane, whether it's a tsunami, that same sun been sitting up there in the sky this entire time. Because not only time don't exist, but this is an infinite universe. You got to remember that. Just imagine, and I want y'all to put on y'all thinking caps. Just imagine if the sun was never to go away and you would see it every day. If the sun, and I'm going somewhere with this. If the sun was never to go away and you was to see it every day you come outside, where would you get the impression that time exists? Where would you get that impression from? Just think about this shit, because I'm about to blow your mind. Just think about if the sun, if you was to come out every day and the sun would just be sitting in the sky, not even rotating around the earth. Let's just take the rotation out. What if what if the sun and the moon didn't even rotate around the earth? You wouldn't have no inkling of an idea that time even exists. The other reason that we feel like time is necessary because it's based off of the rotation of the sun. That's why the ancient Egyptians also came up with time. Because they said, well, damn, the sun is going and it's coming, it's going and it's coming. They said, let's record everything around the sun. And that's another part where that's another part basically where we get time from. Basically, we get time from how much it rotates around the earth. So when we use words like the sun went down, I can't wait for the sun to come up. The sun ain't never went down and it ain't never gonna come up. The sun is infinite. Man, this shit crazy. I'm trying to get y'all to see your spiritual sight, your spiritual, put your spiritual lenses on. I'm trying to get you to see it. The sun don't go down. It never goes down. The moon never goes down. It never go nowhere. The only thing it do is rotate. It just rotate. That's all it do. And that's what we based our time off of, is the rotation of the sun and the moon and keeping things on record. All right? So we really want to understand that this is an infinite plane. I don't know if ain't nobody told you, but I'm here to give you the truth. This is an infinite plane. Straight up. Real talk. Y'all put a one Can y'all hear me now? Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? Okay, we good. We good. We good. We good. Let me start getting hot. Start getting hot in this thing. So I know I went so long and stuff, but I had to get all this stuff out because I really wanted to answer the brother question. Shout out to the brother Marquise that asked me to make a video or go live about this particular topic. This topic is long overdue. Shout out to the brother Marquise, man. I appreciate that, brother, man, for real. But we want to understand at the end of the day, we is eternal beings being governed by an eternal God. All right? And so we want to remember how important this stuff is, you know, and this is why it's important, man. You gotta get your mind back. You gotta get your mind back. All right, take your mind back, man. Fuck, take your mind back. We gotta get our minds back, because when we learn how to, and I'm not talking about the 10% of your brain that you're using. I'm talking about the 90% that you're not using. We need to get back connected with that. Because once we get back tied in and connected with our imagination, then we will begin to have a better connection and relationship to the Most High. All right? And I'm telling you right now, it ain't nothing that you can't do. The only thing that's hindering you and limiting you is the system. And your thought that the system is for your benefit. I'm going to tell y'all something that's been happening to me lately. I'm going to tell y'all something been happening. Lately, I've been getting a lot of downloads, right? Lately, the energy been so high, potent, and strong. And I'm going to tell y'all this, and this real talk. My frequency been so high lately to where everything I touch, I shocks it. I was walking in the house the other day, right? I'm on my way walking in the house, right? I got my keys and shit. I got my keys, right? I'm getting ready to go in the house. Let me tell you, the motherfucking doorknob almost caught up and burst into flames. You might think I'm lying. I ain't lying to you. Everything I've been touching lately, I've been shocking. Because we electrical beings. And when you raise and elevate your vibration to the highest level, and I'm telling you, man, when you ain't got no cut, and what I mean by cut, when you ain't got these different habits to interfere with your frequency rising, man, you're going to be doing some impossible shit. You can start a fire with your hands, with nothing. You don't need no paper. You don't need no gasoline. You can start a fire just like this. And when I tell you, man, I've been shocking everything. I walk in the grocery store, touch a basket, and shock my hand like, oh shit, what the? And I look at my hand like, damn, bruh, I already know what it's from. Like the Most High already gave me yeah, man, your vibration is high, boy. Your vibration is high right now. And so When I come out and touch my car door, I'm shocking the car door. When I'm going to touch the doorknob to the house, I'm shocking the doorknob. When I'm out at the grocery store, I'm shocking shit. I put on my clothes, I'm shocking my clothes. This shit is real. And this ain't nothing I didn't know. I got a lot of other works that I can talk about that'll blow your mind, that you wouldn't even believe. You'll be like, man, this dude, for real? Man, come on, man. So when you elevate your frequency and you raise your vibration, ain't nothing impossible. Ain't nothing impossible. All right? But you have to understand, most of the challenge is going to be you doing away with this system. All right? And we got to understand, this is why it's a cosmic sin. It's a sin. There you go, Dee. Dee, you put chakras. There you go, sis. There you go, Dee. Dee put it. She put chakras. Chakras. That's why they call it chakras. Shock. Russ. The reason why they call it chakras is because it's just that. Energy. When your Kundalini energy rises, you can start doing miracles, or what we call miracles. But your Kundalini energy gotta be of a certain vibration, because remember, we get energy through the earth. We already is made electrical beings. Everything within this cosmic view is electrical or gas. All right, for the most part. And so we is by nature electrical beings. All right. And so, this is why I tell y'all, man, focus on, elevating your frequency, man. Straight up. And don't be afraid to use your imagination. All right. And I know I'm going off on a different spin, but it all ties into the meaning of time. Okay. So let me get and read some questions. I know I'm way behind. I'm like 2 hours behind. My bad, y'all. I had to get it out. I'm like 2 hours behind. And I've been seeing a lot of questions. A lot of people been hitting me up. But the reason why I got to get this stuff out, because it's necessary that we understand where we come from to be able to have a identity of understanding of where we're going. All right? You come from the divine and your ass going right back to the divine. All right? And this is why I don't take everything personal. This is why, I don't boast, or I don't have this sense of arrogance or cockiness, because I know all this shit is temporary. And this ain't who I really am. Speaking from a cosmic perspective or a spiritual perspective. This is just flesh and blood. And if you can bypass that, then you can unlock the keys to the universe, or to unlock the laws to the universe. If you can bypass just flesh and blood. All right. I know, bro. My bad. YWM. See, I don't like to. I do speak on a lot, because most people they can't keep up because they don't know. So I be trying to break it down to where it become more easy for you to chew on, or easy for you to access through the mind. But I understand that you probably just got to replay it, YWN, because I know a lot of people like, bro, you lost me, bro. You lost me, dog. It's a lot of people an hour ago, they been lost. They like, man, what is this nigga talking about? Because people just not tapped in like they think they is. And this is no slight or no disrespect to none of my brothers and sisters who still got some work to go or put in. I still got some work to go and things to you know, ways to go when it comes to this knowledge. But you know, when you dealing with somebody that know a lot, that's real, sometimes you be like, look, bruh, you going too fast. And so this is why I be trying to talk as slow as possible. I be trying to make it to where everybody can get it and break it down to where everybody can get it. And so if you got to just, you know, rewind it and play it back. And I promise you, bruh, I don't mean it intentionally to try to, you know, lead somebody to think that, you know, I'm trying to confuse them in no kind of way. But because it's not confusing. Now, it will seem confusing when you don't know. Because when you don't know, you just don't know. You know what I mean? Let me see. Yeah, I hear you, YWN. Don't trip, bruh. Don't trip. I hear you, man. It's a lot. It's a lot. I've been talking for 2 hours straight, bro. It's a lot. I know it is. You dig what I'm talking about? And so we got to remember too, man, when I go live, these is not just lives. These is lectures. Cause I was the other day, I was just curious to know what's my estimated time of going live, and it was like 3 hours. I'm like, damn, boy, you doing lectures. You doing full-blown lectures. Like most people can't go live for that long. Most people can't even do a lecture for an hour. I'm like, damn, boy, you shit, man, to be over here in this university, man, you got to be ready to learn, man. I'm telling you, because I got so much to teach and talk about. You feel what I'm talking about? And I know most of us over here, for the most part, we understand. And I know most of us over here, for the most part, we can comprehend most of the things that I talk about. And that's what it's all about. Let me try to read. Damn, boy, so many people in here. Woo! Jesus Christ. See, I can't even go back to the beginning because they cut it off after when the chat is moving so fast, they cut it off into where I can't even go back to the top. So I'm gonna have to start from I'm gonna start from RC. Right under the one. RC say you cooking, man. I appreciate that, RC. Welcome to the live, RC. Lord in this thing say shit, ask God. But most folks ain't got that hotline. Yeah, man, it's because most people ain't tapped in. They ain't tapped in, Lawden. But welcome back to the line, Lawden. I see you, big dog. Didi in this thing. What's good? What you sis say? Yes, yes. Praven say, it was founded by the Native Americans. I know. The Western civilization, which we now call America. Yeah, I hear you, Praven. Love is Rage say the victors write history. Yeah. Love is Rage say always, always. Lawden say numero uno 100. Didi say hey, long time. Didi say at RC, hey, long time no see. Good to see you. Praven say exactly true in all aspects. The Platinum Owl in this thing. What's good with you, Platinum? I see you in this thing, big dog. Welcome back to the live, brother. I see Platinum in this thing. What's up with you, Platinum? Didi say after every 9-year period. Definitely. The Platinum Owl, and that's real talk, Didi. That's real talk. It's gonna always be some kind of major event. I'm telling you. The Platinum Owl say 9 ether. Praven say, I would still call it the Gulf of Mexico. Love is Ray say, true, true. Didi say, at the Platinum Isle, yep. Quinasia say, they don't never know ish. Wow. The Platinum Isle say, I seen that. Praven say, oh, the Platinum Isle say, I talked about that yesterday. Yo, Didi say, zero positive. Platinum Isle, okay, I see you, Platinum. Praven say, AI is making everything worse. Well, AI been here, bruh. AI been here. AI was already here. I'm gonna tell you I don't even want to. Damn, do I want to? I'm gonna tell you. I'm gonna tell you a little bit about where AI came from. AI, the early stages of artificial intelligence came from. Y'all put a 1 in the chat if y'all can hear me. Put a 1 in the chat if y'all can hear me. Put a 1 in the chat. Put a 1. Put a 1 in the chat. The early stages of AI came from lab-made human beings. All right. When you look at the Matrix or you look at the Terminator, for a lot of people who've seen the Terminator, with Arnold Schwarzenegger, he played in the Terminator. If you look at the Terminator, the message they was trying to give you in that movie, if you don't know, about him being half human, half robot. The message they was trying to send to you in that movie was the early stages since the 1700s, after the other reset they did in the 1700s. Most of those human beings came from labs. They was labs. They was lab-made human beings. That was the early stages of artificial intelligence. All right? Fast forward now back down to 2026. Now they got full physical robots. But before they had full physical robots on display, they had humans that came from labs, that was birthed out of labs or test tubes. We call them test tube babies. You know, for the people who grew up in the hood, the Cabbage Patch Kids, test tube babies. We used to say shit like that, or, you know, your uncle will call you, boy, you a test tube baby. These test tube babies, which became orphans, I don't want to talk about that, because I'm gonna say that. I'm gonna say that for later. I'm gonna say that for later, for when I do the orphans and when I do the Cabbage Patch Kids live. I'm gonna save all that for that live. I don't wanna go all there with that, because we'll be going into some other shit. You feel me? I wanna stay on topic. But I wanna say this. The early stages of AI was invented by man from other humans, or displaying other humans. They was humanoids. All right. And I'm gonna give you this, and I'm gonna get off this topic, because I want to save some of this meat for later. That's why most of the people in the military, they programmed to kill. They trained to kill. Why you think they programmed like that? Why you think it's thousands of soldiers that will kill innocent people and wouldn't think nothing about it? It's because those people don't have a soul. Those people came from labs. They was made in a lab. They is a part of the early stages of artificial intelligence, because ain't no human being in a right mind is about to go to war for no fucking body. Straight up. So Hitler and the Nazis and certain German instructors and American instructors, they knew in order to have the war, you know, for them to win the war, they would have to create an artificial intelligence to win the war for them. because they knew it wasn't going to be a bunch of humans signing up to go to war. So that's why they came up with the early stages of artificial intelligence, where it really come from. In fact, they even not only give it to you in the Terminator, but they also give it to you in the Matrix when they show Neo in the tube. They show Neo with you know, in the tube, with that tube in the back of his head, and him in like as an embryo state, like an embryo in the womb. That's where a lot of the soldiers, the British soldiers, the not the British, but the Nazi soldiers, old American soldiers, that's where they come from. All right. And so you know, you got to remember and understand those was the first or the earliest stages of artificial intelligence before they invented the computer or the technology to have robots. All right. And so I just wanted to kind of put that on y'all mind. And I don't want to go all into that spiel right there. But we're gonna do the Cabbage Patch Kids live next. I did that one before this one. It's been over a week. That one passed due. But we're gonna do the Cabbage Patch Kids, and we're gonna talk about, you know, I got a lot. I don't even want to spoil it, but I got a lot to talk about with the Cabbage Patch Kids and these test tube babies that's running around here fucking up everything. All right, and we're gonna talk about it in one of the upcoming lives. And so I want y'all to be prepared for that one. But let me go back real quick and let me answer a few questions before I get up out of here. And man, we had a lot of people today, man. It was so many people. I apologize if I can't answer everybody questions. Y'all know I'm lecture true. Listen, I do lectures on my channel. I don't just pop on live for 10, 20 minutes. I love y'all too much. I can't do y'all like that. I ain't gonna cheat y'all. So, you know, when I go live, you got to be patient with me. You know, sometimes we might not get every question answered, but, you know, it's information you can use and it's necessary to get all this information out and things of that nature. So let me answer some questions, though, because I ain't gonna forget about y'all either. Let me see. Empress Mercedes in this thing say is okay. Everybody saying it's good. What's good with you, Empress? I see you, sis. Yes, indeed. Didi got you on. Okay. RC said, okay, everybody, that was everybody saying that. Okay, the Platinum Owl say we need to start carrying ourselves like gods and do everything more with intention. Exactly. And I go back to that question of saying, when the teacher asks you what you want to be when you grow up, if we was to say gods and goddesses, we'd be living way longer, because we'd be living up to the potential of a God. Not the Most High God, but of the God that the Most High created us to be. We'd be living up to that potential. But we're not living up to the potential as gods and goddesses, because we don't even know we gods and goddesses, and we don't even represent godhood at all. We don't even represent it. All right? YWN say I haven't been disconnected since I was a kid. Yeah, man, I appreciate you, brother, for sure, man. Thanks for tuning in, YWN. I'm glad to have your attention and glad to have you a part of this live, man. For real, though, brother. It's a blessing. The Platinum Owl say meditation, breath work, visualization practices. This all helps with this. It does. It absolutely do. And I'm glad you brung up breath work, because you know it is a way which you supposed to breathe. Most people don't know nothing about it. When your adrenaline is rushing so much, you speed up time and you don't even know it. By your adrenaline, it's always rushing and you always nervous, you don't even know you speeding up time, which can then speed up to you participating in a quicker demise or having a quicker death. This is why they keep us working, because they want to keep our adrenaline rushing, to keep us nervous, because they know internally you speeding up time and you don't even know it. And you end up dying before your time here on earth and you don't even know it. Let me see. Oluya say, this is the first time I'm gonna be on a live video for long. I appreciate that, Alua. Hope it's worth your while. The Platinum Owl say, I've been connected with my imagination because my hyper fantasia allows me to see whatever I want. Well, that's something most kids lose when they 7 years old. That's why they program you to get rid of your imagination. So you're not going, most people don't go, they're not going off their imagination because the system is implemented to take over your thoughts and to take control of your imagination. So you won't subscribe to be nothing bigger than the system. So most of what everybody is doing is what the system is telling them to do. Most of what everybody's striving to be, where everybody's striving to live, is what the system is telling them to do. Just think about that for a minute. Didi say deep breaths. The Platinum Owl say, okay, I see Platinum. Quinasia say, I'm sure. Didi say yes. Platinum Owl say real. Tavon say, I believe it. Didi say, we can relate, true. Yeah, I'm telling you, sis. And we can telepath too. Like Didi, if we really was to get on one accord, or Platinum Owl, or Mario, or RC, or Tavon, or Oluya, if we all was to get on one accord, we can tell each other what we thinking. We can really telepath and tell each other what we thinking. That's how powerful we is. But we not aligned like we need to be. See what I'm talking about? Platinum Owl say, I believe you. We are gods and goddesses. I'm telling you, man. Mario say, I believe you. RC say, static electrical type of energy, but I believe it, bruh. I've been shocking everything, dog. I'm gonna keep it 100 with you. Call me Silk the Shocker. Shit, I'm like Silk the Shocker around this. I'm shocking everything in sight. Nigga, don't shake my hand, because you might get shocked. I'm telling you. I'm telling you right now, bruh. Just give me the, yeah, bro, I see you, Brother True. Yeah, bro, it's good. Because, bro, I'm shocking everything in sight. Yeah, when you see me, just, bro, yeah, bro, they call you Silk the Shocker, bro. We know you shocking shit. What's good with you, brother? We see you. All power to the people. Can't shake your hand, bro. You gonna shock a nigga. I'm telling you, bro, this shit real, boy. Tavon say, that happened to me before. Yeah. Or I know y'all know too. I know y'all know this too. Have you ever touched somebody like your sister, or you touch your mama or your brother, and you be like, damn, why you shock me? You shocked me. Whoever did that before, like touch somebody else and got shocked. Y'all know what I mean? Like you would touch somebody and you'd be like, damn, man, why you shock me? That's a real thing. That's a real thing. See, within all this fuckery, or all this matrix and all this buffoonery of a system, you still will feel your body trying to fight for itself to get you to know who you really is. So from time to time, you will shock people, or you will see shadows. You would do certain things like, damn, did I just do that? That'll make you think like, damn, did I just do that? That's your body or your spirit trying to, or the God in you trying to let you know what you capable of doing. But most of the time, you just be like, nah, that ain't nothing. Nah, that is something. What the fuck you mean that ain't nothing? You just did that. You feel what I'm saying? Whatever it may be. But you would be like, nah, that ain't nothing, man. That man, I'm probably tripping. Nah, you ain't tripping. You ain't tripping. You glitching and you don't even know it. The real you is glitching and you don't even know it. You glitching, and the real you, your eternal power is trying to get you to wake up. So from time to time, you a glitch. You be like, oh shit, I just seen some shit run across the woods, and then you will look and be like, bro, I don't even see nothing there no more. Yeah, you seen something, bruh. You seen something. You seen something. You glitching. The real you. You feel what I'm saying? And it's a real thing, man. Straight up. Let me see where we at real quick. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna start right here. Okay, Eerie God say, I understand every word you saying. Diddy say on point. Still say, too exclusive. Ain't no time for that anymore. Diddy say love it. YWN say, I read that one. That's when he said I got lost. Daniel say, I swear you speak on the earthly realm on your regular videos, but on a heavenly realm in your lives. The reason why I speak on a more um, earthly realm on my pre-recorded videos, because I need something to draw y'all in. I need God have blessed me with the ability to be able to converse. The reason why I lead with doing the earthly videos on my pre-recorded messages, because God told me you need something to draw them in. Because if I just tell you this shit on the pre-recorded videos, a lot of people ain't gonna want to hear it. They're gonna skip right over it. So I need to be able to relate to you on certain things so I can draw you in. Once I draw you in, all right, now I can get your undivided attention, and I can bring up these different truths that's been hidden from you, or that you may never been aware of. And also, when I go live, I get more downloads from the Most High, or from the divine, because most of the things I speak about when I go live is of a high frequency. It's of a high frequency. Not saying the things I don't speak on, not saying the things I speak on in my recorded videos is not of a high frequency, but most of the topics or the subjects that I deal with when I go live is going to be dealing with the spirit, or it's going to be dealing with the Godhood. All right. Didi say uplifts my spirit. RC say still a lot of knowledge to learn. That's why we got each other. Yeah, that's what it's all about, man. Didi say at RC, yes indeed. The Platinum Owl say facts, knowledge is forever. We never stop learning. Never stop learning. Hosea say you speak about returning back to the divine. What is that? Returning back to your nature of a spiritual being. All right? Returning back to the light. All right? Returning back to the spiritual realm. That's the divine that I speak about. The spirit realm, where where you came from and where you gonna depart and go back to after this life. All right. Uh, the Platinum Owl say you inspired me today, True. And Didi, yeah, it's all love, brother. That's what it's all about. Didi say keep on, keeping on, True Media. Thank you, sis. The Platinum Owl say TikTok been messing with me, my channel for speaking truth, and you motivated me to keep going, True. They want to stop our messages, so bad. Yeah, keep going, bro. Bypass it. It's all put in place so it can discourage you. Don't get discouraged. All right? Don't get discouraged. Keep going. Didi say the Platinum Owl. Likewise. Hosea say, what is the divine? I think I answered that. This is the spirit realm, brother. The spirit realm, okay? And part of the divine is where the Akashi records is held. Is where your cosmic memory is held. Is where that's placed and stored. Part of and part of the divine is where the glory of God is at. Okay, not the Most High, because nobody can never get that close to the Most High. But the glory of the Most High come from the divine, and it emanates through us. That's why we light beings. Okay, so that's the divine, brother. Jordy say, appreciate the knowledge, fam. It's been a blessing. Man, I appreciate that, Jordy, straight up, brother. Thanks for tuning in. The Platinum Owl say facts. RC say at Didi, sis, hope. Hey, sis, I think you say, how are you? You try to say, how are you? Love is raised say indeed. RC say been okay. Every God in this thing say it was founded by U.S. American Indians. That's what it was. RC got the salute. Hosea say they say we never were slaves. Is that true? Well, I'm gonna tell you what happened when it comes to that point. What had happened was we went to war and we lost. After we lost the war, we have became oppressed. All right. We have became under a dictatorship of another particular group of people, just like we is right now today. We still being oppressed. We still under a dictatorship. All right. And so I want y'all to remember the brother Hosea said, they say we were never slaves. It just depends on your mindset. Do you think you a slave? That's where it all come from, your mentality. What I just tell you, Hosea, earlier in this video, take back your mind, brother. Because you believe only which with the mind tell you is true and false. So if you believe you a slave, you a slave. If you believe you a God, you a God. All right? But yeah, in the grand scheme of things, for the most part, as indigenous individuals or indigenous natives to this land, we was oppressed. You feel what I'm saying? We went to war and lost. All right? That's what happened. And so, you have different people programmed to do different things. Picking cotton, you have certain people programmed to cook dinner or cook meals. You have other people that was programmed to take care of the cattle. Just like you got people programmed right now today to go to work, to pay bills, all this other shit, to pay taxes. So this is why I'm answering that without answering it, because you say it's just basically mentally what you think you is. All right. Now, those people in those times think that they were slaves. That's what they called themselves. They made a name for it. The modern name is an abiding citizen or an employee. That's what they replaced that word slave with for the modern term. An abiding citizen or an employee. But you got to think to yourself, brother, what do you think you is? Fuck what they talking about. If your ancestors say that they were slaves, that's what your ancestors said that they was. What is you? All right. The Platinum Owl say, what's up, True? I'm glad you live, man. We needed this talk today. I appreciate you, brother. Platinum, man. It's all love, man. You know I couldn't leave y'all for too long, man. Straight up. Couldn't leave y'all for too long, bro. You already know, man. Straight up. I need to see my people. Empress Mercedes say, I know it might be off topic, but I was just wondering if you can speak on, you mentioned that you reappointing your life where God was calling you to change, and if you didn't, he was going to do away. So basically, it's this. When you come into the truth and you establish a covenant with God, let me break it down to you in layman's terms before I give you that answer, Mercedes. When you go to work and you fill out an application to get a job and you don't abide by work policy, what's gonna happen to you, Empress Mercedes? You're gonna get fired. If you're not at work on time, if you're not doing your job like you need to, they're gonna fire you. Well, you have this thing where it's certain individuals who know who we is. We know our mission. We instinctively, we was born like this. God been dealing with us since birth, like literally. We've been having dreams, all kind of stuff, and we've been knowing what our obligation is to be fulfilled here on earth. And we know that a lot of the way the future is going to be shaped is the way we teach and the things we present to the world. So when God called a particular individual to have a particular assignment and you forfeit that, what end up happening is you end up becoming double-minded or unstable in all your ways. It's just like when Solomon, or the Solomon effect in the Bible, when God called Solomon to be a great king, and Solomon, he failed because he had all them wives. To where it took his heart, it took his mind, and his focus off of God. And Solomon died a confused man, ungodly man. And so, when I say God would have did away with me, you can be punished or condemned for not answering that particular call or having that particular assignment being fulfilled when it's from God. All right. And it's not like, not only is to the point to where God will curse the ground you walk on, but it's also you would just end up believing anything and end up going along with anything, which can lead to you being confused and losing yourself in the long run. So really, you do it to yourself. It ain't really nothing that God really do for you or do to you. You just do it to yourself. You end up moving with no insight It's a lot of shit can happen. It's so many different things I can name. You can see I got insight, so I can know what's gonna happen before it happens. Those gifts or things that I know about something that's getting ready to happen before it happened, you wouldn't know about shit like that if you wasn't to answer the call or establish that covenant with the Most High. You will be led to your own desires, just like most people in life. That's why most people lost. All right, and so you know, internally you can almost feel when it's time to change, because you gonna keep having spiritual dreams. Them angels gonna keep coming to you. Look, man, you gotta get it right, dog. Yeah, we know you was shooting at people. Yeah, we know you was robbing people. Bro, you gotta get it right. Feel what I'm saying? Now, if you don't get it right, remember that bullet that missed you last time? That could have killed you. Yeah, I remember that bullet. Next time that bullet come at you, that bullet gonna hit you. I could have been dead a long time ago. You leave it up to me and let me call it. I supposed to have been dead a long time ago. The shit I did, I don't know how I made it through it. It's only by the grace of God. Because I done did a lot of shit in the streets. And so when the angels start coming at you, or the messengers start coming at you, and they start letting you know, listen, man, it's time to switch it up. These is direct messages that's given, being sent to them by God to tell you it's time to switch it up. Now, if you don't switch it up and you just do whatever you want to do, then you're going to end up like everybody else. All right? And so, that's what I mean when I say, God to just do away with you and just wash his hands with you and lead you to your own desires and your own, your own ways. Just leave you into your own vices. You know what I mean? And you wouldn't have no spiritual insight. Ben 32:32 say, slaves to the system right now. Yeah, most people is. Emperor say, what made you change? Did you hesitate? What made you surrender? And how did you know it was God? Did you run at first? Of course I ran. I've been running all my life, sis. I just now settled down. I just now said, you know what? Listen. Ain't nothing gonna go right for you, sis. When you chosen, and I ain't talking about the chosen that, I don't even like to use the word chosen, because it's watered down. You feel what I'm saying? But when you really called to do a particular thing, or got a particular walk, or a particular assignment, and you don't live up, or you don't seek to live up to it, ain't nothing gonna work out for you. And everything that do work out for you is really gonna be working against you. And I'm gonna tell you what I mean by that. For the most time in life, for the most part of my life, I've been on the run from God. I've been on the run. Internally, I always knew in the back of my mind that I had a particular gift when it comes to knowing the divine, or knowing spiritual truth, or having certain secrets to the universe. I always knew, and my mom used to always tell me stuff like that too. So we almost knew that, listen, bro, you different. You of a different light, of a different, you feel what I'm talking about? And so what made me settle down was death, losses that I kept taking, and dreams or visions that I kept getting from angels. They kept coming to me. Kept coming to me, kept coming to me, kept coming to me. It got to the point to where almost went crazy. Almost went crazy. Almost lost my mind. Because it got to the point to where I was trying to rebel against what God was trying to get me to do, but and I ain't gonna say I was trying to rebel, but I was trying to do it. I was trying to necessarily do things my way. I was trying to do things the way I wanted to do it. I really wasn't all in like I'm is now. You feel what I'm saying? And so it got to the point to where that shit almost drove me to lose my mind. And when I became institutionalized where I was at, guess what happened to me? Guess what happened to me after I became institutionalized? When they threw me in these particular crazy houses and shit. Guess what happened to me? I came out like Neo. I went in, looked at as crazy, and I came out a God. And the security guards was looking at me like, bruh, you the truth. I was in there teaching everybody about God. And they was like, bro, we never met nobody like you before. It got to the point to where I had everybody in the institution where I was at talking about God and couldn't wait to hear from me when I come out my room. That was like, man, what you got to teach us today, man? We want to know about God, man. We heard you the one that be teaching everybody about God, man. What's up, man? What's up, man? Could you tell us something, man? And I like, yeah, I got you. So I had went in, looked at as crazy, and I was praying for everybody in the facility to where everybody in the facility would come up to me, ask me to pray for them. They would come up to me to ask me to give them information about the Most High. They would come up to me to ask me about certain verses in the Bible, sharing dreams with me. And I was able to, this is how I knew I was the one. I was like, damn, it hit me. It really hit me. And I'm like, bro, I got to change, bro. When I was institutionalized, it got to the point to where uh uh I was able to interpret dreams. I can tell people what they was dreaming about. They'd be like, bruh, that's exactly what happened to me. I'd be like, I know. I already know. Say, man, I own people was breaking down crying. All in my listen, I'm in there, listen, I'm in there holding people, rocking people like babies. Like, bruh, it's gonna be all right. Sis, it's gonna be all right. Damn, my arms crying. Bruh, you the truth, bruh. You the truth, bruh. Just stay strong, bruh. I know you. I'm telling you, bro, this is real life shit. And so from that moment on, I already knew that, you know, it was a particular calling over my life. And it was just a matter of time before I catch on to answer the call. And so that's what it was all about. Let me see. I think I had a couple super chats. Let me hit them real quick before I skip back up to the top. Develops, thank you for the $20 donation. Say, buy you a plate. Good eats. Yeah. I appreciate that, Develop. I appreciate that. Thank you so much for the $20 donation. I appreciate that. God bless you for that real talk. Straight up. Let me catch the other one. Develop say $10 to Develop send $10 more. Say, I honestly want to know what's a good South Plate, like Orleans types. I don't know. You talking about like New Orleans? You talking about like New Orleans? I have no idea, but thanks for the $10 donation. I appreciate that. That was very off script right there. So, Empress, I hope I answered your question, sis. And I know it was a long question, but I hope I get you a little bit background of who I am and how long I've been running and what I meant by God to do away with you, and how I came into the truth, and what got me to really take on this position, and to being a spokesman and an advocate of the divine. You dig what I'm talking about? Let me see real quick. Let me go back right here. We're gonna go back right here under this one. The Platinum Owl say, because AI is made from real souls, it's all information from the consciousness stolen and mixed together. Yeah, it is. Uh, ain't 777 say, if God gives us breath, then how do these labs people breathe, have a heartbeat? Well, it's called DNA. All right. So these people can take DNA from other life forces and mix it and take and make it into an egg. Make it into an egg, and you know, take different donors of sperm donors and inject it in the egg and put the embryo in the tube and make a person who wasn't born of flesh and blood, but they be born of a tube. So it all goes back to DNA. All right. And it all goes back to them manipulating or trying to manipulate human DNA to where they can create different beings. Now, another part of it goes back from them having certain information that's been given over to them by these different reptilians. And the reptilians give them certain certain information to help them come up with these different formulas to create life, or to manipulate uh uh you know, versions of. Some of the information also comes from these different um supernatural beings that we call reptilians, that also is in cahoots or works with the government and give the government certain information of how to create lab made, you know, human beings, you know, based on them taking DNA from different, you know, streams of life. You dig what I'm talking about? Let me see. Could y'all put a one in the chat real quick and see if we good? Put a one in the chat. Y'all put a one in the chat, see if we still connected. Okay, we good, we good. And so you got to remember, you know, it's all through DNA. That's how they can clone you. That's how they can make lab grown people or lab made people. It's all through DNA. You know what I mean? They've been manipulating genetics for a long time. This is why certain people come out deformed, or they come out, they some people come out with certain stuff missing. It's because they're trying to manipulate DNA to where it works for them to create a particular human being or a particular thing. They even been mixing human DNA with animal DNA. All right. So you got a lot of people who's been lab grown that have animal in their blood. You feel what I'm talking about? So they ain't got no soul at all. Some of their DNA has been tampered with. And this is why a lot of people love eating meat, because animals love eating meat for the most part. All right. And you got to remember and understand and tell yourself, you know, a lot of people they not human. Another part of it is you got shapeshifters, reptilians. They can create their own form of life and make it look like they're a regular person. Whole time it's a shapeshifter. So it's a lot of different variables and different methods of you know, how this stuff been implemented over time, and things of that nature. Yes, that's just to say the least, though. Just to give you a ballpark. Let me see real quick. Let me go back up. Yeah, somebody got their ass blocked. They try to come in here tripping. Got blocked. YouTube blocked them for me. Or maybe if somebody, one of my handlers probably blocked them, but they got blocked. The Platinum Owl say facts. LaRon say, I can lock you in. It's all love, man, straight up. SRP say, what's up, bro? Love your videos. Make more white fatigue and 9 to 5 videos. They be having me dying, brother. Yeah, I got you, bro. Straight up. The Platinum Owl say, returning back to your true self, meditating on your God and that you are forever. Yeah, that's what it's all about. The Platinum Owl say, being hyper aware is being connected to the divine to the point to where you gain knowledge and never stop. That's facts. That's facts. Didi say, Brother True has to be able to reach everyone where there are mentally, physically, emotionally, and spiritually. Everyone are on different levels. And that's why I got to break it up, Didi. You know what I mean? Because I can't just hit everybody with this kind of information because everybody not going to understand it. So I got to talk to people on the level which they own and then try to gradually over time get them to get to the point to where a lot of y'all is on right now. Aim, what's good with you, Aim? I see you in this thing. Love is raised say, what you think about the rat race? I think a lot about it, man, but I don't put too much thought into it no more, but it's a lot that goes into it, though. I'm going to say that. Didi say, and everyone are on different frequencies. That's true. That's definitely true. Let me skip right here. Ryan Richer in this thing say, Jahangle, breathe. And 4, hold 4, exhale 4, don't inhale 4, repeat. It calms your nervous system. There you go. Every guy both say, no, we never were slaves. We became prisoners of war after they took over our tribes and our land. Oppression. Oppression. That's what I told him. The Platinum Owl say facts. Every guy say, I believe I'm a god. That start moving like it. Start thinking like it and start acting like it. The Platinum Owl say exactly. Jahango 77 said the curse of God for the Israelites, 400 years curse, and Old Testament was finally fulfilled in August 2020. All right. Ain't nothing wrong with that. I'm gonna do another live about that, what I feel about it. I ain't got time for it on this one though. The Platinum Owl say between good and evil, the Anunnaki versus the fallen aspects of ourselves. Yeah. That's what's going on. All right. That's what's going on. And it's going down. And it's a lot of mixed up. It's a lot of past DNA and they mixing it up right now as we speak in these underground facilities and laboratories and things like that to shape the future to look how they want it to look. Irrigabo say program to take care of your house like a monopoly board. Yep. Aluya say free the robot. Didi say at Wendy Shields, yes indeed, all praises to the creator, our divine purpose. Absolutely, sis. Every guy say they replaced it with employee or abiding slaves. Yeah. Yeah. The Platinum Owl say they only changed the name. They only changed the name, same tactic. Yep. Same system. Same system. The Platinum Owl say real true. Love is raised say same ish, different toilet to match the times. That's all it is. YWN say I'm particularly still a slave until I can fully get out this system. You got to get mentally. All right. Of course, we know the system. YWN, listen to me, and everybody else listen. We know we always talk about the system from a physical perspective, but it's really mental. It's really mental. So your mentality have to shift to a more aligned spiritual being, or it have to shift to something that's against being oppressed with a systemic belief. It's systematic. Because you can try to get out this system and go live off the grid and still be a slave in your mind. You can still be mentally slaved and go to Thailand, go to Africa. You can go to China. I don't give a fuck if you go sit or live in the middle of the ocean. If your mind don't change and you think like a slave, you gonna die a slave and you gonna always be a slave no matter where you go. Remember that, YWN. Love is raised, say crazy. They have the whole world in a choke. Love is raised, say Rockefellers created the modern system. Yeah, it was before them though. But they took on it though. It got passed down to them. The Platinum Owl say OFC. YWN say I can't get a real job. I can't get a real job because I see through all the games. Joe. Well. Sometimes when it comes to things like on the physical, like paying bills, and sometimes you got to manipulate this shit. Manipulate the system, YWN. Sometimes you got to play like you crazy to get the upper hand, to get you to a better position where you need to be at until you figure it out for yourself. But sometimes you got to manipulate the system. All right? Don't ever be afraid to do that. JoJo in this thing say, a lot are called, but few are chosen. That's facts. Wave guys say True Media. What up though? What up? What's good with you, Wop? I see you in this thing, big dog. Platinum Out say facts. Love is raised say a career is whatever opinion they choose for you to do. That's it. Didi say exactly. Love is raised say a real job will be whatever you want with no restrictions. Think about it. Think about it. Now we thinking. Shit. Platinum Out say facts. Platinum Out say Osiris and the ancestors. Mother Earth always let me know when I'm effed up. Yep. Absolutely. Yeah. You carry on that spirit from your ancestors. You dig what I'm talking about? Or that mentality. Can be passed down through bloodline. Platinum Owl say, nah, for real. YWN say, I can see the future to the point to where I can scare almost everyone around me. I had to get right with God so I wouldn't be a county inmate. Yeah, man, that's what it's all about. But don't never discredit yourself or run from your gifts, brother. Whether it be physical gifts, spiritual gifts, don't ever run from your gifts or try to try to degrade yourself to fit into nobody else world. Develop say I'm Caucasian. I'm sorry, I really am. Man, you good, brother. You ain't did nothing wrong. God bless you. Thanks for the $10 dono, brother. God bless you, man. Amen. Straight up. I appreciate you showing support to the channel and being here and tuning in. Yeah, but I don't know about where to go eat at in New Orleans, Develop. So I know your name, Dave. But Dave, I don't know where to go to eat out at in New Orleans. You probably need to look that up, brother. But thanks for the $10 dono. Aluya say, we have a grace and measured. You will surely know when your grace is due, and you need to connect back to yourself. You're going to know. You're going to know when it's time to move. You're going to know when it's time to become Neo. Okay, you're going to know when it's time. Didi say, the Most High removes grace, unshielded and unprotected. That's facts. That's facts. The Platinum Owl say, Wendy Shields, what are you saying? They are all out of here. Platinum Owl say, Didi, someone's tweaking. Yeah, they out of here. Don't trip. Jahango said, God says, I'll hand you over to Satan if you won't obey him, and God sends you a strong delusion. So you believe a lie since you refuse to listen to the truth. Yeah, you become double-minded. Become double-minded. Did he say, you are absolutely correct. True Media, our praises to the creator, our divine purpose. Absolutely, sis. Jahango say, someone removed the agent in the chat. He out of here. He gone. YWN say, RP to my boy Jamal in San Jose. I almost lost my mind for real. Yeah, man. Rest in peace to Rest in peace to the bro, man. For real though. The Platinum Owl say, nah, for real. Didi say the Platinum Owl, right. Yeah, to get him out of here, huh? Platinum Owl say someone casting spells in the chat. He out of here, bro. I caught on, brother. I caught on. I be up in the chat, but when I get down, I can see in real time who entering into the chat. So I apologize, but that's why I be trying to make. That's why I be trying to have my people in the chat. Then I forgot what name it is, but you know, the people who I assign to get rid of people, but sometimes it only be me, and I be so busy talking to where I had to get to it. The Platinum Owl, okay. Love is Ray say, what you mean, Al? Jojo say, LOL, I'm a security guard myself. Platinum Owl say, Wendy saying we got him out of here. Don't trip. Don't worry about what he's saying. Didi say, yeah, well, whoever he was tweaking. Django say, putting Jim time out. Get the devil. Yeah, nah, he got blocked. I don't believe in timeouts. You getting blocked. You getting blocked. Django say interpret dreams like Joseph in the Bible. Man, I was in there interpreting people dream. I had people crying, hugging me. I'm talking about, they was like, man, please, man, can I go with you, man? And I'm like, man, nah, man, it's time for you to go, man. You know what I mean? Wendy say, what the F are you saying? Don't trip, he out of here, y'all. Don't worry about it. Didi say the Most High, mother and father present here, straight up. And you know what? He got blocked on his own. I don't even know who blocked him. Because I seen him, but as soon as I seen him, something blocked him. I don't know. It might have been YouTube. Love is Raised say she was weird, or it might have been the spirit. You know how the spirit work. Love is Raised, you know how the Most High protection work. Love is Raised say she was weird. LOL. Yeah, was. Straight up. Lewis say, if Wendy's word still bothers you, then you still need to do more work on yourself. Yeah. Well, I couldn't even see half of what they were saying. I see everybody in the chat is talking about it, but I can't even see half of the stuff she was talking about. Cause soon as I seen her, she disappeared. It was like some magical shit, like a poof, just poofed, just out of thin air. As soon as I seen the shit, she disappeared. I'm like, oh shit, that's the Most High getting her ass up, or getting him or her or them up out of here. Lovers Ray says she was saying hearing yeah, I don't really know or subscribe to what she was talking about. Love is Rage. James, word for real. Empress say thanks. I got you, sis. Hope that answered Mercedes. Because Mercedes, I can tell that you very sincere in the questions you be asking. You really be wanting to know. And so that's why sometimes I be taking a little longer to break it down to some of y'all, because I know y'all really be wanting to know. And that is sometimes it's a whole life story behind it, sis. Shit, I can be here for another 3 hours. Jahango say, at Love is Rage, that is the whole point of devil distractions. Yeah, y'all don't go back and forth with each other in the comments, y'all. I don't want that. The Platinum Owl say, our deep knowledge got people acting the fool. True. I'm telling you, we are powerful. Well, for the most part, I think, what I'm going to start doing when I make it. So this is why YouTube created members only. YouTube created a thing called members only. The reason why YouTube created the thing called members only, because I can make it to where I can decide who I want to be a part of the live and who I don't want to be a part of the live. But the reason why I don't do that is because I be wanting new people to be able to come indulge in the live. But I'm starting to see that eventually I might have to make it to where I go members only. It's just us. The main people who normally show up is just gonna be us. You know what I mean? And no outsiders. You dig what I'm talking about? Because some people they come in here and they just get to run in their mouth for whatever reason. I don't even know what she was saying. I hear a lot of people in the chat saying there was some people in here saying some stuff. I really don't even know what they was talking about. I'm glad God didn't take my mind off of that, or by the time I seen it or seen some of the stuff, they disappeared. So I know y'all saying that they was saying some stuff, but I really don't even know, but I don't even care to know, and y'all shouldn't care to know. It's a distraction. The Platinum Owl say our deep knowledge got people. Okay, I read that one. Aluya say, what change will it make if I respond? Well, Love is Ray say, imagine the over ingredient. Imagine if the overlords wasn't greedy and evil. Yeah, yeah. Greed is ruining this earth. That's what's ruining the earth. YWN say I used to be wigging out when I was a teenager. My mama used to get calls from the police department. One time they showed up at my mom's house after I got home. I was always in some ish. I was the same way. I was the same way, bro. I'm telling you, bro. Did he say, I'm going to transmute and rebuke, reverse. Aluya say, bro, I resonate with everything you saying, no cap. I appreciate you, Aluya, for tuning in and being a part of the live. It's all love. Did he say rebuke and transmute? It must have been bad, y'all. It must have been real bad, because I'm seeing everybody talking about whoever came into the chat. They must have tried to do some damage, because I'm seeing everybody kind of like talking about it. Must have been bad, whatever that person was saying. Jahango say, alchemize the negative evil into good, godly miracles. Yeah, it must have been bad. Emperor's got the one. Didi say, Jahango, yes, yes. Dark say, that's why I went celibate. Yeah, I hear you, brother. Dark say, no fluid swapping. Hey, man, do your thing. RC say, when we gonna do a Zoom meeting, true? Man, we gonna do it. We gonna do it soon as I get my computer. I gotta go back to California and get my computer and the rest of my stuff from out of my storage. And when I bring it over, then we're gonna start doing Zooms and stuff like that. The Platinum Owl say facts. Dale Hart say exactly, man. Eerie guys say, what are these underground labs? Is it the X-Files? Nah, man, you got a lot of underground creatures. A lot of underground ancient, you got certain ancient civilizations that went underground, that's still here. You got certain draconians and reptilian beings. You got certain scientists, you know, who is in cahoots or in agreement with these different extraterrestrial beings, and they underground creating different things pertaining to DNA and trying to discover ways to manipulate the universe or to manipulate biology, or to manipulate time. And they have done most of these things. And so we want to understand what we're really up against. It's a battle against good and evil, truly. Tavon say, or it's possible to return back to our ancestors, to turn back, hold up, or it's possible to return back to how our ancestors was and rebuild kingdom, or we have to wait for Jesus. Yes, it's possible, but we have to be on one accord. And first, we have to do the inner work within in order to see the fruits of our labor pay out from on the outside. We have to go back within and change the way we think, act, eat, live, treat each other. And then we can see the fruits of our labor or our works come to fruition, in the physical realm. But first, we got to do the spiritual work. You ain't going to skip that. Our ancestors was highly spiritual. That's what made them be able to function and be so knowledgeable about the things that they knew about. So we got to become more spiritual and more in tune with our spiritual nature before anything. All right. So that's where we start at. Is Jesus coming back? I'm going to do another live about, is Jesus coming back or is he not coming back? I'm going to do another live about that too. Renee in this thing said Ephesians 5:15 through 16. King James Version say, see that you walk circumspectly, not as fools, but as wise, redeeming the time because the days are evil. Definitely. The Platinum Owl say facts. Patrice in this thing. My sis Patrice, what's good with you, Patrice? Sis, it's good to see you back in the place to be, sis. Say right. Tavon say that's right. Love is raised. Say facts. The Platinum Owl say facts. Platinum Owl say all gifts are meant to be gifts for a reason. Definitely. YWN say you said New Orleans, right? Some people don't know how to say New Orleans. Yeah, the brother texted me and sent me a super chat about New Orleans or something like that. I said, brother, I'm not in New Orleans, brother. I'm in a whole nother state, brother. But I hope that brother finds something good to eat for him out there in New Orleans. Ryan Richards say, what inspired you to settle down and move? It's a lot behind it, but for the most part, I just felt like it was time for me to go somewhere where it was time for me to go somewhere where first I never been, but just have a change of scenery in general with the change of mentality. You feel what I'm saying? So I felt like as my mind began to change, I wanted to change my environment or the scenery around me. Do that make sense? Do that make sense, Ryan? And so as my mind began to change, you know, into where it's at right now, I wanted my entire, you know, you know, environment to change, and things of that nature. And so I didn't want to be of a different mentality, but in the same place. You feel what I'm saying? I wanted to change everything and have a new mindset, a new, you know, somewhere new where, you know, where I live at and things like that. So it all came with me just changing my mind, and everything kind of evolved around that, and to lead into me to make the decision to change not only my circumstances, but my environment. And so I hope that makes sense to you, brother. RC say them agents are out here tonight, man. Yeah, man, y'all talking about, yeah, I didn't catch it. I didn't catch none of it. Courtney Miller in this thing said the moderators. Yeah, man, I need more moderators. I need at least 2 more moderators, man. Like somebody that's going, and I know my brother Truth Risings do a good job, because he one of my moderators, and then Didi is one of my moderators. But I need, because we growing now, so I need at least like 3 or 4 moderators, and you know, people to be on it, and Didi and Truth Risings be on it. But sometimes, you know, I don't have them on here all the time. And when I do got them on here, sometimes the chat be moving so fast, they probably be missing some of it. And so I think it's, you know, as we grow, the channel grow, I think we gonna need more moderators as the channel grow. You see what I'm saying? So, you know, we just probably need like 1 or 2 more moderators because I be doing talking, and I be teaching, and I be lecturing, and I can't do the lecture and talk and teach and, you know, be worrying about what somebody's saying in the chat. Like I don't know what they were saying tonight. Everybody's saying that it was a big mix-up in chat tonight. I didn't see it. I didn't see none of it. RC say block them demons. Love is raised say what you think extraterrestrial? What you think of extraterrestrial? Well, I think that they supernatural beings, just like we as supernatural beings. And most of the way you live, or most of the laws that's implemented by the government, stems from the oppression that we is under from these extraterrestrials, okay? And so we got to remember, we don't battle against flesh and blood. We going against some shit that you really can't even see, that shape shift, and some shit that's been here longer than us, all right? And so that's what I think about them. They supernatural beings, but also what I think about extraterrestrials is they very smart, powerful, and not all of them is evil. I want y'all to remember that. And I talked about this in the past on some of my previous lives to let everybody know that not all extraterrestrials is evil. You got some good ones. They own the side of humanity. Now you got some ones that's dark, that's on the side of darkness, all right? And so that's what we want to understand about the war in heaven. Because we still in heaven, and we having a war right now as we speak. But that's a lie for another day. All right. Jahango say, my name is pronounced Oja Oja Angel. Oja Angel. Okay. Not Angel. Okay, okay, my bad. Ja Angel. I'm reading so fast, brother, to where sometimes I misread the name, but I appreciate you correcting me on it. I got you, brother. My bad. I ain't trying to mess up a player name, man. Say my name is pronounced Angel, damn it. Not Angle. Angel. Shit. Not Kurt Angle, damn it. Shit. Like Angel from God. I hear you, Ja Angel. I hear you, bro. It's all love. Love is raised. Say, think government knows about it. Yeah, know about what? You gotta tell me you know about what? Irigabo say, he got himself damn blocked. He got himself damn blocked. He got thunder. Yeah, he got the shit, man. The spirit did one on him and got him up out of here. And I ain't even see what he was talking about. I ain't even see nothing with y'all saying it went down, but I ain't really see it like that. It must have been meant for me not to see it, so it wouldn't throw me off. Daniel say, Thanos snapped, LOL. The RC say, do you believe we are living beyond the year 2026? True? Yeah. Yeah, we still got some more time to play with. Yeah, bro. Yeah, bro. We'll bypass this year in the 2030s. You dig what I'm talking about? The Platinum Owl say that's fire. Ja Angel say members only. Won't you pay from what I see thus far on others' channel? That's why I didn't go members only yet, because I know it's gonna make y'all pay. And I don't want y'all to pay for nothing. Now, if y'all want to send donations and cash apps, by all means, you got my blessing. But one of the main things I do on this channel is I don't want to charge y'all for the truth. So I know if I go members only, this is why another reason why I haven't went members only yet. Because another thing, if I go members only, it's going to charge y'all like $5 or $10 a month or some shit like that. You dig what I'm talking about? So I've been trying to hold back before I go members only, but eventually I think we're gonna have to go members only as we continue to rise and elevate and become more popular and all this stuff like that. It's gonna get weirder and weirder because people just, you know, they just be on some crazy shit. Quinasia say, I'm here, Justin, and not resting. I see you, sis. RC say, I wouldn't mind the members only idea. Yeah, I think that's something I'm willing to do if I get everybody on one accord. But I think it's gonna charge like $5 or something like that. That's what I heard. I don't know. RC say I wouldn't. Okay, I read that one. 66 double when this thing say, which right, greed, big problem. Yeah, that's what it is. Did he say RC? Yes, because I want see some faces of whom I'm speaking to 100. Yeah, we gonna do it. We gonna start going, because all y'all see is my face all the time. I never see y'all face. Ain't that something? I never, unless I go to y'all channel, like I know how some of my main members look. I have been to y'all channels, checked y'all out and stuff like that. Even subscribe to a few of y'all. And so, but y'all only see my face. I never see nobody else's face. You feel me? So we definitely gonna you know, bring the avatar to the forefront and shine some light on it. The Platinum Owl say facts is so many extraterrestrials underground. They underground right now as we speak, and all throughout the mountains. RC say Ed Didi, exactly. I want to meet you guys face to face. Yeah, it's all love. Don't trip. We gonna get it rocking. The Platinum Owl say like so many. The Platinum Owl say facts, Ed Didi. Facts. Didi say at RC, the Platinum Owl, likely. Didi say likewise. 66 double say Yahshua never left humanity. Left him hot. You said Jesus, Yahshua, never left humanity, left him. Okay, I see what you was talking about. Okay, all right. Every God say, I believe after we transition out of this life, we may live another life. Oh, life never ends. It's just getting started. Ryan Richards say, makes perfect sense. Aluya say, I did this. Say, I did the same. I moved. That's what you got to do that sometimes. You got to isolate as your mind shift, as your mind and your frequency rise, as your mind change, your circumstances, your environment, your neighborhood, it need to change with it. And that's what it's all about. Sherry in this thing say, this is my first time checking your channel out. All I got to say is praises to the Most High for him telling the truth. Going to share you with my family. I appreciate that. Thank you. I appreciate you so much for tuning in, Sherry, and being a part of this live. And God bless you and the family. Straight up, I won't disappoint. I promise you. Let me see who else in this thing. The bride say, bro, can you make a collab with a friend of mine's? Collab on what? He is Brazilian and speak fluently Portuguese and English. Okay. Collab on what? Empress Mercedes say, how do you become a moderator? I gotta authorize it and make you become a moderator through the settings, and I gotta make you become a moderator. You gotta go through me to become a moderator. But the main purpose of becoming a moderator is for you to have control over the chat. So when you become a moderator, it gives you control over the chat. And if you see somebody, you know, acting crazy, you can block them. You can put them on timeout. You can message them and tell them stop doing what they're doing, or you're gonna get rid of them. So it gives you a position of like a supervisor. You like a supervisor for the channel or a manager for the channel. You feel what I'm saying? That's basically what you become, like a supervisor or a manager as a moderator. So it gives you certain benefits to handle the chat and things like that. Dubrai say he is at service switch. Okay. 66 say hi moderators. Didi say RC the Platinum Owl be RC and the Platinum Owl be moderators. RC I wouldn't mind being a moderator. Yeah, I'm a shit. Well, let me go ahead and make you one then, bruh. Hell yeah. Let me see. I'm gonna start you off, RC. I'm gonna start you off on the standard moderator version. And then over time, if I see you present like Truth Risings and Didi, and you always on time every live and you here, then I'm gonna put you on it's another tier. It's another tier to a moderator, but I'm gonna put you on the standard version. And then when you show me you on time and you doing what you got to do as a moderator, then I'm gonna elevate you to a more of a higher position of a moderator to give you more leeway to the chat and stuff like that. But I gotta make sure you're gonna be here though, RC. I gotta make sure you're gonna do what you gotta do. But I just put you as a standard moderator. The Platinum Owl say bet. And Didi say I would love to be a moderator for real. Okay, I got you, Platinum. I got you. I put you on standard. You standard too. So RC and Platinum, y'all on standard version. If y'all do what y'all got to do and y'all present and y'all on time, I'm gonna put y'all on manager moderator. Manager moderator give you more. It give you more leeway and stuff like that. And so, but I gotta make sure y'all gonna do what y'all do on the standard version before I elevate y'all. But y'all moderators though. You feel me? The Platinum Owl say facts. Some are on our side. Yeah, don't forget about it. 66 double say Galactic Beings. Galactic Beings. There you go. That's another name for them. Galactic Federation. YWN say I'm in eternal being. Yeah. The more you practice that and tell yourself that, the more you're gonna start living up to that potential. John Angel say, I'm a sister, true, not a guy. Oh shit, damn, man. Why you just now telling me, John? Why you just now telling me, sis? Do you know I had this problem 5 different times with the ladies? I got a lot of women that follow my channel. It's a lot of y'all. Like, I think it's 40% women follow me, and it's like 60%. That's a lot of women that follow my channel. So it's a lot of y'all. And when y'all And sometimes, because I don't see y'all avatar by the name, I just automatically, you know, you know, think that you might be a guy, but you know, it's like shit. Nah, I'm sus, bro. I ain't no. So she said, I'm a sister, true. Not a guy. It's all good. Also, what you think about the Galactic Federation and how is the ET so-called more advanced, smarter when they don't got true God, Most High Spirit? Well, most of us don't got true godly spirits either. And I'm gonna tell you why. The reason why most of us don't have true God power because we don't know our God power. We lost our connection to the divine. This is what the war is about. This is what the entire war is about. It's about us being implemented a different belief, a different strategy, and a different God. You feel what I'm saying? And so, yeah, those beings may not possess the qualities we may possess when it comes to you know, us having, you know, a soul or a certain instinct. But you have to understand those beings is also created by God, sis. Now they might not we might not possess the same qualities that they got, and they might not possess the same qualities that we got, but we all come from God. That's the honest to God truth. They come from God and we come from God. We all God's creation. All right? And so the reason why a lot of those beings is still supernatural is because they still take on the makeup of God's creation or what comes from God. Just like we take up we have the makeup or we take on the makeup. All right? Now the difference between us and them, they don't got a soul. They don't got a soul like us. Now they have intelligence. They very intelligent. They very smart. But they don't have a soul. All right? And so, you know, we have to remember and understand just because they don't got a soul, that don't mean that they're not intelligent. All right? Because you have a thing called AI, artificial intelligence, and AI don't got a soul either, but it's intelligent. So God have made certain beings without a soul, but they still intelligent. All right? And so what keeps us being oppressed by these ETs or these different galactic families is because we're not living up to our fullest potential. They is. They haven't lost their ways like us. All right? We have been manipulated by everything under the sun. Most of those beings and entities is still pure at their pure state. That's why they intelligent. All right? If we was to rise to our highest version in a higher vibration, we will also become somewhat as intelligent as them. All right? And you know, you just can't forget that. You want to remember that. They come from God too. Just like we come from God, they come from God. Everything come from the Most High. The devil, demons, the Galactic Federation, the reptilians, we all come from God. All right, we all come from the Most High. The Platinum Owl say at Angel 777, these beings been here longer before God was mentioned. The Platinum Owl say they're super advanced because they were also a part of our creation as a consciousness. Well, you have to understand and remember, you right that these a lot of these beings was here before us. That's right. That's true. Our consciousness or our imagination, our essence, our soul come from God. It don't come from them. Over time, they have implemented they own strategy, or they own they consciousness, or they have implemented the way they think, and they had transferred it and mixed it with human DNA. So now you got a lot of humans that take on the consciousness of other beings. They don't take on the consciousness of they God state. All right? That's what happened. We've been interfered. We've been tampered with. That's what happened. Humanity has been being tampered with for millennia. And this is why it's important to you got to take back your mind. That's why I keep telling y'all that. But in order, one of the ways for you to do that, you have to become more spiritual and in tune with the universe or the cosmos or the Most High or the divine. So you can work around these different strategies that was implemented by certain galactic federations. All right? You don't want to think that, you dealing with the spirit, but really you dealing with a shapeshifter that has programmed your mind to think the way it wants you to think. No, you got to break out of that whole cycle. All right, and so that's really what it's all about. The angels say the platinum owl, but no one can be more smarter than the Most High God. I am that I am. God the Father is all knowing. That's right. That's true. The platinum owl say these extraterrestrials go beyond the firmament, meaning beyond what we call space, because they travel so fast. That's true too. Unknown say sup. Unknown say Unknown say sorry I'm late, y'all. It's all love, man. It's all good. The platinum owl say God comes from your own perception, which is true. But then these some that you hold up. He said God comes from your own perception, which is true. But then there's some that's very more advanced than your everyday person. That's true. But let me tell you the part about getting back to your godhood, the importance of getting back to your godhood. When you get back to your godhood state, you start dealing directly with the divine. All right? Because that's where you come from divinity. That's where they come from divinity. All right? And this is why we say it's a war in heaven, because it is a war in heaven. We warring right now. It's still a war in heaven. Now, when we talk about the Most High, remember, and I know you, Platinum Owl, you've been following me for a while, but let me bring something to your attention. When you talk about God, the Alpha and Omega of creation, of this realm, of this plane, God is a force that nothing can get near to or can compare with. Those beings, the Blue Rays, the Reptilians, the Galactic Federation, sure, they powerful, but they'll never be more powerful than God, the Most High. God created these beings. Now let me go a little bit deeper. God, and I always like to give this I got to do it again because I always like to give this strategy when I'm teaching people about, the Most High. God is outside of this top right here. This top is God's creation. This top right here is everything that God created, far as the Galactic Federation, the devil, the so-called devil, what we call the devil, humans, animals, the planets, the stars, the moon, everything is in this creation. God is outside of this creation. God is not in this creation. So when we talk about the Most High, the force, we call it Father God. Some people call it the Heavenly Mother. But when we talk about this force or this being, everything comes from that. And nothing is near that, because we got to remember where these beings go, like the Galactic Federation, they're not going nowhere outside the universe. Can't nothing get outside the universe. The only thing that exists outside the universe is the Most High. That's it. It's not nothing that exists outside of the universe. Now, these different galactic federations, sure, they can shapeshift. Sure, they can go to different, different dimensions. But God is outside of these dimensions. God is outside of the universe. God is outside of its creation. And this is God's creation. This ball of light where everything exists at. Nothing would never be able to go outside of God's creation. Nothing. Because the only thing that exists outside of the creation is God, is the Most High. That's it. All right. And so we got to remember, yeah, these beings is powerful, and they've been here for a long time, thousands and thousands of years. They know a lot. All right. But you have to remember that they is still a part of the creation of God. All right. And, it's so many levels to this stuff to where it ain't even funny. Because, and this is why religion don't do a good job at explaining who God is or what God is. It don't do a good job at it. Because it always give you the impression that God is a human, or God is a man, or a woman. Bro, God is something you can't even imagine. This is the whole purpose of what everybody is doing. Platinum Owl, listen to me. The whole purpose of why everything is moving within this universe, because, and I'm gonna tell you, and before I say that, I'm gonna say this. Most people don't understand that when we talk about these different extraterrestrial beings and stuff like that, we think because of they smart that they got everything figured out. They don't got everything figured out. What they do got figured out is the shit we trying to learn about, or what we trying to know about. But it's so much more, because the universe is so vast. It's so much more to it that those galactic beings will never know about. And this is the reason why we going to war, or it's a war in heaven. Because you got certain beings trying to identify what's above us all. What's above us all. And nobody can't figure it out. And so for millions of years within this plane, all these different beings have been manipulated, created, trying to figure out one thing: who and what is God? What is above us? And this, the mystery to the Most High is nobody will never know. Now, we'll never be able to figure out God, but the reason why these things is moving throughout the universe so fast, coming up with all this different information, manipulating all this different DNA, manipulating the animal kingdom, manipulating human and civilization. The reason why all this is taking place, because we trying to figure out who God is. And we never know. But we know that the Most High is above us. But they want to figure out, what is it above us? What is it? Can we put our hand on it? Can we see it? Can we be in the presence of it? And even, can we create it? And the honest to God truth about it, we had never come where near the Most High God. Because we outside, or the Most High is outside of the plane of which we exist in. And that's the truth. And so, although to us, it may feel like or seem like, wow, these galactic federations, they can move through the firmament. They can move through the stars. That ain't shit to the Most High. That ain't shit. That ain't shit, brother. Because the Most High looking at the universe, knowing that nothing can never get to the Most High God. See, this is how powerful God is. This is why I don't play when I talk about the Most High. This is why we say, fear the Most High, man. Because the Most High can wipe us all out the motherfucking picture. Everything. And you wouldn't know where it came from. You would just cease to exist. All right? And so, you know, you want to remember, man, when you talking about God and talking about these different terrestrial beings, yeah, it's exciting to know that they know a lot of shit we trying to know. They know a lot of, they like, man, how they do this, man, how they do that, man. You know they can disappear, you know they can shapeshift. Yeah, that's all cool, but they all still only just as a part of God's creation. Because through them, God is trying to show you how powerful it really is. So it gives you different levels of beings to show you that it's a chain of command. Everything worked through a chain of command. It's levels to this shit. And you be like, okay, it's the ants. It's the bugs that crawl on the ground. And then it go to the small bitty insects. And then it go to the snakes that crawl, and then it go to the animals that walk, and then it just keep going, keep rising, and then it go to the birds, and then it go to us, and then it go to the benevolent beings above us, and then it go to certain shapeshifters, and it keep going up and up and up and up to eventually you run out of space. When you talking about the Most High, you will get to a point to where it's nothing. It's nothing. That's the great void that they talk about in these ancient scripts and scrolls. The big nothingness. What is the big nothingness? The void. Outer darkness. You get so high, man, to where it ain't nothing but gas. It's nothing, bruh. It ain't no life in sight. And outside of that vast, outside of that, it'll take you into a whole nother realm where God is only yet alone. This is how powerful God is, bruh. It's certain places in the universe that's void, where it ain't nobody at. It ain't no galactic federation. It ain't no humans. It ain't no stars. It ain't no planets. It ain't no nothing. Because the void between the universe and God is so great, it ain't even funny. It's a great void between us. All right? And so, you know, before you really get to God's realm, or, you know, what I always like to say, God's, where God exists eternally, before you get there, it'll be a great void of nothingness forever and ever and ever. and you would never get there. And what these beings is trying to figure out is how to get to God. And so since over millennia, they have figured out they can't get to God, they start telling people that they is God. Now they got everybody thinking that they is gods because they knew that they'd never get to God. God is ever, 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 and everlasting away from us, bro. We'll never get to it. And so these things said, okay, well, we gonna manipulate the construct of the creation of God. And we gonna start creating our own humans. We gonna start creating our own level of beings. And this is where all this shit came from. This is why we fucked up right now today. Because you got a particular group of beings want to be God. That's what all this shit is all about. That's what all this about. All this war, all this on a cosmic level, that's what all this shit is about. A particular group of beings trying to be God because they figured out they'd never be able to get to God. All right? And so, now you have what we, manipulation tactics. You have a lot of different manipulation tactics going on and things of that nature to try to get you to buy in to these things' power. All right? And it's so deep and so real to the point to where it's so real to where, like I said a minute ago, the power that these galactic beings got, that don't mean shit to God. God is giving them that power to feed their ego. This is how powerful this shit is, bruh. So now you got these beings getting power from God. And God it's in a way to where the Most High is teasing them, bro. Because the Most High know what they trying to do. So the more power they get and the more power they possess, the more heartened and the more destructive this plane get, the more evil it get. Because it's like, oh, you gonna give me all this power. And it's like they trying to take over. All right? It's just like you giving your child some candy, but you only giving it little by little. Shit, you only giving your child some candy little by little, bit by bit. It's gonna be before long, the baby gonna grab your hand and be like, nigga, give me the whole ice cream. I don't just want the little shit you giving me. God is just feeding them little by little, throwing them crumbs. And the more they become into power, the more evil and wicked they become. That's the truth. Because it's saying to them that you teasing us. Why you think they trying to break out of the firmament? Why you think the government trying to break out of the firmament? People have the Galactic Federation and these different people for so long have been feeling like, God, you teasing us, bro. Where's you at? God ain't nowhere to be found. That's why you got to go within and connect back to the divine. And you will find the presence or the glory of the Most High through these different benevolent beings. Now, you do have different benevolent beings or celestial beings we call angels that operate on higher forces and higher levels who get certain downloads and instructions from the Most High, but you will never see God. You'll never see the Most High. The moment somebody told you they seen God, run, because they lying. So stay in your place. Make sure, the Most High do things intentionally. Stay in your place. Don't never think you can get bigger than me. You know what I mean? Because I'm not even a part of where you even exist at. I don't even exist there. Shit. I can cut your power off from New York City and your ass can be in LA. I don't even exist in your realm. All right? And so we got to understand That's what it is. And that's why this big war in heaven is going on right now as we speak. All right. And so that's what's going down. And that's how it's been for generations and generations, bro. That's the honest to God truth. Let me go back up and skip to the middle real quick. Okay, somebody tuned in with a somebody hit me with a dono. I appreciate that dono. I'm gonna get to y'all in a minute. Let me see real quick. Let me see where we was at. Okay, they going. Okay, okay, I'm gonna go right here. The Platinum Owl say there are extraterrestrials that's so advanced to the point to where they already was a part of the civilization before Earth was created. It's a lot I gotta say on that. But I had brung a lot of that up in my previous live about about what we call it, deja vu, and how everything already happened. We just in a deja vu state, but that's gonna take me into a whole nother conversation. But it's some truth to that though. Platinum. Sherry say thank you. I got you, Sherry. The Platinum Owl say some extraterrestrials created crystals, like for example, the blue averine crystals was created by the blue avian race. That's a blue humanoid bird being. Yeah. What the Pleiadians, and beings like the blue avian race, the blue bird. I know what you're talking about with the beak that symbolizes the god of the underworld from ancient Egyptian mythology, or what's his name from the bird that's depicted from the Egyptians. I forgot the bird name that's depicted. I think it's Thoth. 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 See, I know about all this shit, brother. So Thoth, the depiction of the god of wisdom from the ancient Egyptians, which stems from the blue avians, it's all one. It's all one, bruh. It's all one trace. They just mix it up and give it different names. So, let me tell you about Thoth and about the blue avians. They ain't shit to the Most High, bruh. And that's no disrespect to Thoth and the blue avians, because they real, they exist, they knowledgeable, they got a lot of wisdom, they hold a lot of power to the universe, but they not shit to God. Why? Because they is God's creation. God created them. All right? The blueprint that you look at, you don't look, this is what shows you how powerful the Most High is. When you look at the different traces of different beings and what levels they on, it's always gonna be, like I said, it's always gonna be a particular civilization that's higher than the next, and then you're gonna have another galactic federation that's higher than the next, and then you're gonna have another galactic federation that's higher than that one, and then it's gonna get to a point to where it's nothing but a void. This is what I'm trying to tell y'all about, the void. That void that I'm talking about goes from everlasting to everlasting, forever and ever and ever. Because that's the great void of separation between God and God's creation. See, most people don't talk about the void. They talk about the blue avians, the Pleiadians, they talk about the reptilians and all these different things, but they don't talk about the void. And the reason why these things has speeded up certain motherships or certain spaceships, because they burn out. They've been doing this shit for millions of years. They burn out to where they gave the fuck up. Some of them still try, but most of them burnt out. That's why they created the mothership to be even faster, quicker, to try to press against these different realms or going throughout these different dimensions. But what happened was they have stored up enough information to know that they'll never get through the void. So no matter how fast they make the mothership, no matter how fast they make these spaceships, they'll never get through the void of darkness. They never get through it. And throughout their travels of trying to get through the void of what we call space or the universe, they have created different things along the way. All right? But this is what this whole thing is all about. Who can get through the void? Can't nobody get through it. Ain't nobody never got through it. And you ain't gonna get through it. Because it goes on forever and ever and ever. Ain't that some shit? I'm trying to let you know what kind of God you serve. You don't serve a God that died on the cross 2,000 years ago that's coming back to save your sins. God ain't never died. God is still here right now. To this day. Ain't going nowhere. Overlooking this entire universe. All right? So when we talk about we just be stuck on small shit like the planet. Man, that's small talk, man. Thoth and man, that's small shit, man. Talk about the void. Who gonna get through the void? Nobody. Until you have me somebody to get through that void, then we can have a conversation. But it ain't gonna never happen. So you ain't even gotta waste me or your time. All right? So that's my thoughts on that. All right? And remember, God is not only around you, God is within you. Because a part of the light that you possess within you come from the Most High. So when he give you these kind of downloads or these kind of so it can work with your imagination, so it can give you downloads and it's another name for it too, synchronicities. You only allowed to know by going within. Because a part of you within is connected to God. All right? And so I want y'all to remember, don't never get it misunderstood when we're talking about the Most High. Can't shit touch the Most High, man. We ain't talking about small gods. Now, we is the small gods and goddesses of the earth. You have other beings that's gods too, of different dimensions. But they not God Almighty. The one that sit above the universe and around the universe. And that's through the universe. And that's without the universe. Yeah, they'll never get that deep. And that's why they've been trying to speed up these spacecrafts. And I'm talking about the Pleiadians. I'm talking about the Galactic Federation. That's why they've been trying to invent technology for so long to where it's scary. They've been trying to invent this shit for so long, dog, to where they got shit that can move at the speed of light. Because over all these millions of years, they became so advanced. Why they become so advanced? Because they're trying to get to the origins of creation. They're trying to get there. They don't want to just hear about it. They don't want to just hear what. They're trying to see it. And they'll never get there. And that's why the void is where nothing exists. It's higher than everything, the void. Now, some people, they will call that void outer darkness. It's a lot of different names for it. It's all throughout the Bible. But it's a great separation between God's and God's creation. And that's what I want other people to really understand when we're talking about God, man. We ain't talking about things with pronouns attached to it. Yeah, we give God pronouns. He, she, them. Yeah, we give God's pronouns because those is a part of the expressions of God. But really, most people would never know what God is or who God is. All right? Straight up. Don't get this shit twisted. And I ain't saying you getting it twisted, Platinum Owl, but I'm just, you know, I'm just speaking on that to just say that. Don't the blue avians and all them, man, they small, man. They, bruh, they small, dog. They small. Just, I'm telling you, dog. Just, this is why I tell y'all, man. It's all glory to God, bro. All glory to God, dog. Only if you knew. Only if you knew. Let me see where we at. Let me see. Okay, brother. My bad. I missed your 499. YWN, thanks for the $5 dono, brother. I appreciate you, man. Straight up. Straight up, brother. I appreciate that. The Platinum Owl say, yo. YWN say, got you, fam. RC say, let's do it. Yeah, y'all on, man. Yeah, y'all on. Y'all lit up. Look. Y'all look. Y'all graduated to the big dogs, man. Y'all lit up now. RC and Platinum Owl. Shit, y'all lit up. Y'all got the, you know what I mean? Got the wrench, got the tool and shit, and work on some shit. You know what I mean? For your boy one time. Work on some shit. Iri Gabo say, I'm always here. Straight up. Didi say at RC, gotta be here now. Yeah, y'all got it. Y'all got it. Listen, I ain't gonna elevate y'all up to that manager position. You know what I mean? Y'all just, little, leads and shit for right now. Nah, I'm just playing with y'all. But y'all definitely gotta be here though, bro. For real. I gotta see that y'all here and y'all doing what y'all doing. Yeah, we elevate y'all. The Platinum Owl say, brother, true, thank you. I got you, brother. This is what we here for, man. Straight up. RC said, Diddy, yeah, sis, I'm going to be here. Yeah, y'all lit up. Y'all got them tools, man. Them wrenches. RC say, thank you, true. I got you, big dog. The Platinum Owl say, hey, I'm a mod. That's crazy. This is my first time ever being a mod. Well, yeah, man. Well, listen, bro, I appreciate the energy and the support. And, because I see y'all so often, I can trust that y'all gonna do the right thing. You dig what I'm talking about? The Platinum Owl, yeah, you already know. Didi say mine too, at the Platinum Owl. Mo 1988 say true. Tuning back in. You already know, man. We still live. This is what we do. Sherry say that's right. The Platinum Owl say, wow, I'm proud that we all waking up. We going back to how it was. Yeah, I'm telling you. And see, it's important that we surround ourselves with like minds who's on one accord, because a religion has did a number on us. Some people would disagree with everything I'm talking about based on their beliefs in religion. Oh man, you lying, man! Oh man, you don't know what you're talking about. Oh man, man, I'm telling you, man. The book said this. The book, listen, bro. God existed before the book. God existed way before the book. All right, so don't go to the book. I go to the book too, and we could duke it out in the book, however you want it. You know what I mean? RC say they so gone with the enemy. The Platinum Owl say facts. YWN say God put in my heart to stay for the whole live, and blessings to everyone. Yeah, I appreciate that, YWN, man. I hope it was worth your while. Didi say at the Platinum Owl, yes, all praise to our praises. Mo 1988 say, who don't got a soul? Them people. The Platinum Owl say, not everyone born with the soul, but it don't make them bad. Sherry say free will. Didi say creator. The Platinum Owl say Mo 1988, synthetic humans, the European and reptilian race. European. Empress Mercedes say, I ain't gonna go there. Empress Mercedes say, knowledge is power, but it's useless if we don't have the wisdom to use it. And it's useless if we don't know how to dissect it and interpret it. Mercedes. You can have all the knowledge in the world about a lot of different shit, but you don't know what's going on. You just know some shit. You just regurgitating and repeating some shit somebody else told you. You ain't got no real, you ain't been battle tested And I ain't talking about you specifically, Mercedes, but I'm talking about people in general. Most people think they can speak on God because they have got a little bit of knowledge passed down to them from somebody else who they claim to be credible. But have you been battle tested? Because it's just not about credibility. It's about being battle tested. It's about seeing some shit, going some places, knowing some shit. This ain't just about no book. This ain't just about no religion. This ain't just about no culture. And it ain't about no traditional values. This is about you really being aligned and knowing what the hell you talking about. That's why I can sit up here, get on this camera, and duke it out with anybody when it comes to this God talk. Because I know. I done seen this shit. I done been in so many different realms and dimensions. I know the truth. I don't think it. I don't believe it. I know it. I don't got no belief in God. I know God. You know what I mean? And so, for the most part, this is what a lot of people got to understand, man. They got to stay in their lane. You feel what I'm talking about? Real talk. The platinum. Okay, we read that one. Sherry say, hence, the Most High said, let us make man. Yeah. Sherry Sherry say fact. Platinum Out say OFC, but it takes action to follow along the path of wisdom because real wisdom is sacred. That's true. And everybody not gonna get led to the gates of sacred wisdom. Some people lost their life for the shit we talking about right now tonight. Some people got put in handcuffs, got put in jail for the shit we talking about right now tonight. It's been civilizations who came and went, who's been destroyed for the kind of knowledge and information we talking about right now tonight. This shit is deep and powerful. You know what I'm saying? Like, and so people got to start understanding and moving with that kind of level of thinking and mentality. God not about to bless you with no divine mentality and you still stuck on bullshit. It don't work like that. It don't work like that. And I'm not saying you can't know nothing. You can know something. You can believe in something, but you really not going to get to the point of where you really know how to interpret what most of this shit is really all about. But that don't mean you can't know about it. Because there's a lot of people know about a lot of different shit, but they can't interpret it. They can't really put it in the words of what it means. You feel what I'm saying? Platinum Out say we've been invaded. Definitely. Easy Boy say 1992, 100. Platinum Out say facts. RC say facts. Humanity been tampered, lost information. We've been lied to for centuries. Sherry say read the book of Enoch. He's telling you the truth. Yeah. Yeah. I have read a lot of the book of Enoch. You dig what I'm talking about? Platinum Out say facts. Sherry say my favorite book. Mark say the book of Enoch explains so much. It does. It goes into great detail about a lot of the stuff I'm talking about. RC say, as Sherry, yes, the book of Enoch. CJ in this thing say, my ninja true. Love you, bro. I see you in this thing, CJ. What's good with you, big dog? We see you in this thing, big dog. Platinum Owl say, facts, as Sherry Nicole. Platinum Owl say, the Emerald Scrolls of Thoth has a lot of good information too. Yeah, I know about Thoth. That's how when you said the blue avians, I automatically went to Thoth because I know the connection to this shit. I already know the connection. They just give it through you. They just give you a blue avian representation or a blue avian representative, and they put the name Thoth on there. Thoth. But it's all a part of the Galactic Federation. All right? Who hold a lot of knowledge and who hold a lot of information to the universe. They do. They very smart. They very intelligent. Sherry say always. The Platinum Owl say, yup. Mark Wells say Emerald Talus. Okay, I read that one. Platinum Owl say, but this force has a source. And they will never become gods, but they are God's counterpart. Somewhat true, but in a particular field or in a particular field of works, you have more credible and established um uh uh uh, uh you know um beings amongst their own, which is looked at as gods. And the whole idea is for us to look at them as God Almighty. Don't do that. SR Life say, you believe each galaxy in the universe contain intelligence life, possibly even humans that God had created in Earth for to that possibly didn't fall like we did from Adam. How can I answer this, SR Life? Yes, it's different galaxies with life, but not like you think. Not like you think. Not like us. And what I mean, not like us, when we're talking about different galaxies, it's certain life on different planets and shit. Um, that's micro mechanisms that just exist within it exists within the soil. All right, or the water, the oceans. All right, it's millions of different life sources within this universe. In fact, I would even say billions of different life forces. Is it other galaxies or planets where it's people like you and me that exist at? Possibly. Possibly. I'm not gonna give you a definitive answer, yes or no. I'm gonna say possibly, and I'm gonna leave it at that. But one thing you must understand and know, that's in those other realms and galaxies, it is life there, but it's different other forms of life. Minerals, creatures, trees, soil, life forms that we never seen. It's different life forms in different places that if you see that shit, it will freak you out. It'll fuck you up. All right? And so, and you would try to make of it of something you can understand, but you can't understand it because can't nobody understand God. Can't understand the Most High. And this is why these millions, billions, trillions of different species or life forces exist within this infinite universe. It's all, we are small particles of the creation of God or the expressions of God. I use that word, expressions. We are just small, tiny particles of the expressions of God. Sherry say, wearing, even though the Most High got the victory for his chosen ones, listen to him. Ben say, this is the only earth. The Platinum Owl say, this force is everything and all living things. The Platinum Owl say, Holy Spirit, life force, energy, prana, shot this same force is every religious scripture, but it's all connected through dualistic nature of mind. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Realms. It's realms. SR Life said the size of the universe is so unimaginable, big for our brains to have the capacity to realize, bro. I don't see how not. Yeah. And the Pleiadians don't either. You know what I mean? The blue avians don't either. You know, the more they find out, the more they feel like, let me tell you something about the blue avians. and about the reptilians or the ETs. The more they find out, the more they figuring out what they don't know. The more they find out about, the more they see that they don't know shit. They don't know shit. It's the same way with us. The moment you get to, you feel like you know everything, you start feeling like, damn, I really don't know shit. I really don't know shit. I don't know shit. The reason why as the creation we think of that is because we have been created. Do you hear the words that's coming out of my mouth tonight? The reason why we sit back and we like, damn, just when I thought I knew it all, I found out I really don't know shit. I don't know shit. Now I know what God is allowing me to know, but just when you think you know it all, when you really become spiritual, you figure out, damn, I don't know nothing at all, bro. It's like, I really don't know nothing. I know what I'm able to comprehend. That's the point. The blue avians know what the blue avians only know what they is able to comprehend. The reptilians only know what they is able to comprehend. We don't know nothing outside of our level of comprehension. Nothing. And just when you think you know, you don't know shit. That's why I don't possess to know it all, but I possess to know what God put on my mind or put on my heart or my spirit or what God allowed me to know. And I stay in my own bubble. I ain't got to know about everything. Long as I know about the things that God want me to know about and to speak about to the people, that's it. That's all that matters to me. All right? I ain't got to know what breaking through the firmament is going to do. I ain't got to know what's beyond the ice wall. I ain't got to know the shape of the earth. I don't care about that stuff. I don't care. Because I ain't got to know everything. I just need to know what my instructions from the Most High and what I need to know to do and what my purpose is and what I need to speak on. That's it. And if more of us knew or thought like this, the world would be a better place. But the problem is everybody trying to know everything when you would never know everything. You would never even know 1/3 of everything. You would just so much shit to be left out and to be explored. You only allowed to know what you was willing to comprehend or what you able to comprehend. That's the truth. All right. So when you become so spiritual and you get to a point, you become like, you know what? It's you wasting your time, bro. You wasting your time. You wasting your time. That's why I be looking at these certain documentaries or these different scientists who be talking about they know how the world came into being, the shape of the earth, and yeah, how this going, how that. I be looking at these scientists like you lying like a motherfucker, and you know you lying. You don't know shit. Now, as a civilization, in order to have a civilization, you got to give things meaning. There's no civilization without no understanding of what things is. So that's why we named that thing that fly across the sky. Somebody put it in the comments. What's that thing that fly across the sky every day? Somebody put it in the comments. What's the thing that we see every day that fly across the sky? What do we call that thing? What do we call it? Nope. It's not an airplane. It's not an airplane. What's the thing we see that fly in the sky? Come on, man, don't be that deep. What's the thing we see that flies in the sky? Flies in the sky. What do we call that thing? Come on, man, don't be that deep. We see them every day. A bird. A bird. A bird, a bird, a bird. That's it. That's the answer. A bird. We don't know what the fuck a bird is, but we named it a bird. You know why we named it a bird? Because we have a civilization, and within the civilization, we got to give everything a meaning for we can be able to understand of how to communicate. But really and truly, we don't know what the fuck a bird is. But we named it a bird. That's what we agreed to call it, a bird. Why? Because we got to get each other some kind of form of understanding about what is a thing or how things work based on our connection to each other. So in a civilization, within every civilization, you got to give things a meaning in order for the civilization to function how it's supposed to function. All right? And so, you know, y'all got to remember, don't lose your mind, use your mind, man. Don't lose your mind, use your mind. You go off of everything what another man told you. Everything. You don't never use your imagination. You don't never use that other 90% that the scientists said most people don't even use. So yeah, it get real, it get deep. And I know I have to go, you know, past of you know what I was talking about earlier, but we here, so we here. It's a lot of people starting to come back in too. Platinum Owl say it's true. I seen that book. Didi say it's a war in your mind. Yeah. Sherry say yes. Oluya say y'all should consider check Alan Watts' work. Yeah, I love Alan Watts. Alan Watts good. He good. He very good. Patrice Davis say there are things that are secret only to God. Only to God, Patrice. Nobody, you never know. I never know, sis. I'm telling you. Didi say it's a war in your chakras, mind, body, and soul. That's facts. Mark Wells say imposters. Sherry say LOL sounds like a galactic Babylon. The Platinum Owl say facts at Didi. Aluya say they want to be in control. Sherry Nicole say or Galactic Tower of Babel. He got it. The Platinum Owl say that's true. Your angels say Earth is a human loose form. Loose our soul's energy. The evil entities feed off our sadness, fear. They make bad things occur to feed on us. Loose. Yeah. Loose is that energy. And Patrice Davis say it's on a natural level too. That's true. The Platinum Owl say exactly. Quinasia say, yeah, that's what I meant by a lot of the things I wrote earlier. Didi say super deep as the water. Quinasia say pretty much, yeah, I gotta give it to y'all like this because we don't want to get nobody mixed up. Don't get nobody mixed up with God. Keep people in they proper place. You feel what I'm saying? Keep people in their proper place. Let me see real quick. Damn, boy, it's a lot of people coming back in. Everybody went out, came on back in, huh? Let me see where I'm at real quick. Where was I at? Okay, let me go back up. I think they skipped me down. There's a lot of people writing. I'm going to start right here. Platinum say, that's true. Sherry say, thanks for explaining the void. Yeah, don't nobody talk about that void. They try to stay away from that. Patrice say, at Angel prophets are messengers of God. It's all intentional. However, the word states there are things in this world that is that are secrets only to God, only to Him. Yeah, that's true. Angel say, yes, true to beloved. Sherry say, the void to me is like the calm before the storm. Pretty much. However you want to describe it, it's there. It's there. Patrice, thumbs up. Sherry say the void to me is also like the quick freeze of all intelligence. Yeah, everything you thought you knew, it just go out the window when you hit that void. And this is why they're trying to speed up these motherships to go so fast throughout space, because they're trying to get through it. But you can't never get through it. Can't never get through it. Sherry say always. The Platinum Owl say God is with us right now. That's true. Sherry say tell him. RC say God is still with us. Oh, that's facts. Sherry speak. Angel say it's been said space is rarely below in the water and not above us. There's a vid from the 70s showing this Sumerian at the bottom of the ocean trying to go through this hole, but the ship kept bouncing off. I seen that. I know what you're talking about. I know what you're talking about. It was like a river under the ocean. It was like another ocean under the ocean. Yeah, that's a real thing. Mark Wells say that's divine spark. RC say sad part is when they think Jesus is coming back. That ain't gonna be nothing but AI Jesus. If you already know, you know. Well, what's gonna come back is I'm gonna put it in another live. That's what's gonna come back. I'm gonna put it in another live because it's a long talk, and I gotta really talk to the believers on that one. So I'm gonna put that one in another live about if I think Jesus coming back, and if Jesus is coming back, what parts of Jesus coming back. We're gonna talk about that in another live. Didi say visions. The Platinum Owl say facts at RC. Sherry say the kingdom of God is within his chosen free will babies. That's facts. Platinum Owl say true that. The void. Angel say I always see the sequence, synchronicities, numbers, etc., and different stuff. What is it really meaning when you talking about when you see numbers? Well, when you talking about you have a certain synchronicities and numbers of numerology, they call it numerology. It can be telling you about different things that's getting ready to happen in your life. It can be telling you or trying to show you different things that's getting ready to happen in your life, or it can work as a it can work as a blueprint to get you to do something that you've been putting off. So let me tell you what I mean. You can see the number. Let's just pick a number, 333. You can see 333 every day. And every day you see the number 333, you always thinking about doing a particular thing when you see this number. It's like, damn, every time I see the number 333, I'm always thinking about doing the same thing I thought about doing last time. Well, the reason why you keep seeing that number 333 is because of whatever you thinking about doing. When you see that number, you need to be doing it. Or it's time for you to act on that thought. So sometimes numerology can work as a blueprint of you seeing or doing something in a particular way. And it can come through a particular thought. So like I'm gonna give you an example. I can have some information. I can have some information to change your life. And I can forget to tell you about it. But when I look at the clock, I see 333. when I think about it, I could be thinking about it. I'm going to just make up a name. I'm supposed to tell Johnny that Johnny got to go to work. Or I'm supposed to tell Johnny that Johnny got the position. I'm going to just make up a random example. From the first day I think that thought that Johnny has got the position, you will see the clock strike 333. The next day, you will be thinking about the same thing. Damn, I got to tell Johnny he got the position. And then you will see the clock strike 333. And then a week later, you'll forget. You'll forget. And you will see the clock hit 333. And you'll be like, why I'm keep seeing 333? It's because of your ass supposed to tell Johnny he got the damn position. That's why. So I'm going to just make it simple and put it in the simplest terms for y'all to understand. Sometimes the numerology can work to get you to act on something that you have been supposed to act on for a long time now, but you just keep putting it off. You see what I'm saying? You see how I did that? Like, I'm supposed to tell Johnny he got the position. And when I think that thought, soon as I think I'm supposed to tell Johnny he got the position, I see 333. The next day come. Damn, I ain't tell Johnny he got the position. And then you will see 333 again. You need to tell Johnny he got the position. Okay? The universe is telling you to tell Johnny he got the position. That's why you keep seeing 333. All right? So sometimes it can also take you back to a particular thought that you've been supposed to act on, but you won't act on. So when you will see like 555, you be like, damn, I'm keep seeing 555. And then you will say, damn, I remember 3 months ago, I seen 555 and I was thinking about doing this and I was thinking about doing it like that. And I was thinking about doing that, but I never did it. And then you will see 555 the next day. And you'll be like, damn, I just seen 555 yesterday. And then you got to tell yourself, what was I thinking about yesterday when I seen 555? You would be like, oh yeah, I was supposed to went over here and I was supposed to, and that's what it's all about. Synchronicities. All right. So it's about action too. And so, and that's a real thing right there. That's a real thing. That's a real thing. Let me see real quick. I'm gonna skip down a little bit and then I'm gonna get ready to knock off. And I'm gonna read a few more questions and get ready to knock off. I'm gonna skip down right here. The Platinum Owl say that's real. Purple when this thing so praises up. Didi say yup. The Platinum Owl say facts. YWN, you got restricted, brother. The Platinum Owl say, you're right, I agree for real. I'm happy you mentioned the void. That was important. Man, listen, don't forget about it. Silent, and I know you know about it, Platinum. Silent Night say Emerald Tablets is another one. And see, this is why I listen to certain spiritual teachers. Why I don't listen to them, but I hear what they got to say. I don't want to name call nobody, but they is on the internet and they do got big platforms. Hundreds of thousands subscribers and millions of followers. And they be speaking on the Galactic Federation but you know, I can tell that they really don't know what they talking about. And I be wanting to comment, but I be like, I'm gonna leave it alone. You feel what I'm saying? This is one of the reasons why I started True Media, so I can give my own, you know, truth or what's real about because I've been seeing a lot of so-called spiritual teachers teaching about a lot of stuff, but they either leave a lot of stuff out or they just don't know how to interpret what the fuck they talking about. They don't know how to interpret it. You feel what I'm saying? And it's like, man, you taking this out of context. That ain't what that mean. You ever seen somebody and they talk about something and you be like, bruh, what is you talking about, bruh? That ain't what that mean, bruh. And so for the longest of times, I've been seeing a lot of people over the internet talking about certain stuff. And I just be like, bro, they don't know what they talking about, man. You know what I mean? Like, they don't even know how to interpret the information. You feel what I'm saying? And so, yeah, that's one thing. I just wanted to say that. Silent Night say Emerald Tablets is another one. Yeah, Emerald Tablets. It got some. See, it's all the same stuff, y'all. It's all the same stuff. Remember that. Almost every book, scrablet, tablet, or scroll is connected to the last one. And that one is connected to the last one. And that is connected to the last one. It's all one big story with different titles, different names, different gods and goddesses. But it's all one big story. And it's all connected. All right? So I want y'all to understand that. Purple, I see you, Purple. Thank you for that. Thank you. Got the number one. Ben 3232 say, is the Galactic Federation fallen angels or something? No. But some of the Galactic Federation can act as benevolent beings, and let me tell you what I mean. You have certain entities that never became a physical object or a physical matter. They only spiritual. Now, when we speak about the Galactic Federation and angels, or we speak about the Galactic Federation and things like that, some of them can act as benevolent beings. Of course, they have the information or the power to transfer. You dig what I'm talking about? But for the most part, the Galactic Federation is one thing and angels is another thing. Some beings only operate on spiritual realms or in spiritual dimensions. They don't come into physical plane. See, the Galactic Federations, they come in the physical, but some of them do have the ability to transfer or transmute that energy into liquid. Into liquid. All right? So, the Galactic Federation, like when people be talking about the the reptilians the fallen angels and stuff like that. No, the reptilians ain't the fallen angels. A lot of the benefits that the reptilians or certain galactic federations get their knowledge or wisdom from is from the fallen angels, or what we call fallen angels. All right? And so I want y'all to remember and understand everything have its own position. But what they did over time is try to mush everything together and combine everything to one. You see what I'm talking about? And another thing I want to say before I get off this subject about the fallen angels is you have certain fallen angels, or what we call fallen angels, that acts as reptilians, or that may be a part of the Galactic Federation because they have the power to shift. Okay? But you only got but so many galactic federations that can shift from the physical to the spiritual when it comes to dealing with celestial power. Now, they still got power. They still got power, but you have to remember and understand, for the most part, all physical matter is in a different realm. from the spiritual plane. We in a different realm from the spirit realm. All right. Now, you know, depending on depending on how close you is to death, or how close and tied in you is to the divine, your energy or frequency might take you to a place to where you connected to the spiritual realm better than other people, or better than everybody else you may know that's around you, because there's levels to this shit. So you could rise or elevate to a higher position within this body to then connect you to the spirit realm better than everybody else, or better than most people. And this is what the government know. This is why they trying to do portals, and they so big on CERN and trying to open up stargates. All right? Because they trying to turn physical matter into spiritual, into spiritual power. But it ain't that many that can do it. Now you have different galactic federations or individuals that can disappear. But just because you able to disappear, that don't mean you're gonna be accepted into the spirit realm. Y'all understand what I'm telling y'all? Understand this. We think because the reptilians have a position or a way to shapeshift or disappear. Disappearing don't mean you gonna cross. You only disappear within this realm. That don't mean you automatically cross over to the spirit realm because you know how to disappear. That ain't what that mean. Because it's different qualities and functionings you must have to be able to fully cross over into the spirit realm in the physical plane. And so we think when we hear about these different beings able to shapeshift and disappear, we think that they crossing into the spirit realm. No, they ain't crossing over. They ain't crossing over. They just know how to manipulate you to where you can't see them. You get it? Y'all put a 1 in the chat if y'all understand what I'm saying, because I don't want to leave y'all. Y'all put a 1 in the chat if y'all, because I don't want to leave y'all. Because I feel like I'm leaving y'all right now. I'm going to repeat. We think because something is able to disappear, that it automatically is going to cross over. That ain't what that mean. That ain't what that mean. It's a lot of, the government got ways they know how to make shit disappear. They know how to turn physical matter and to make some physical matter disappear. Okay? That don't mean it cross over to the spirit realm. All right? So I want y'all to really don't mesh everything together. Don't do that. Because that's what history try to do. They try to they try to recreate history. They try to reset the standards of history, and they try to mush everything together. All right? And that's why everybody confused. Let me see real quick. Let me skip down. And then I gotta knock off. I've been up here for a minute. Purple say, because others who act like they know it all from the way they talk, I do not follow them anymore. Don't listen. Anybody that act like they know it all, Purple, run. Run. Patrice Davis say 30, and I'm not saying people can't be experienced or very knowledgeable in the field which they operate in, but when somebody act like they know it all, get up out of there. Patrice Davis say, I'm interested though, but I don't have know it so true. LOL. uh, uh, okay, you said, okay, I heard you. I'm interested though, but I don't have to know it. So true. LOL. Yeah, I hear you. Platinum Owl say true. Quinasia say, they big mad. Yeah, Purple say facts. Sherry say, never bodies. The Platinum Owl say knowledge is infinite, so it's impossible to know everything, bro. You gonna kill yourself. You would go crazy trying to know everything, especially trying to know everything about God. You can forget about that. You forget about that. Quinasia say, that's good for them. Bashir, you got restricted. Quinasia say you're not going to be able to know everything. It ain't gonna happen. That's why you gotta transition. You gotta transition. That's why you gotta pass away. The reason why we gotta pass away or die, because we gotta get to another level to where we able to take on more information. We can only but take on so much information in this body, because it wasn't this body. Yeah, we powerful beings, but it's only to withstand so much information at a time. All right. So remember that. Ben say LOL. Purpose say this kind of topic or talk is really deep. Yeah, I appreciate that. One and only, True Media. Only here on True Media. Platinum Owl say facts. Patrice say yep, wearing themselves out and still don't know at the end of the day. I'm telling you, sis, this shit crazy. It's real. So now they invented artificial intelligence, or they didn't invent it, but we know where it came from. But they say they invented it, and they trying to do all this stuff to play God. Quinasia say okay, we went through that. Yeah, bird was the answer, y'all. Bird. Birds are messengers. That's true. Birds are spiritual messengers, especially owls. Patrice say, and God gave man the authority over all creatures. We named it a bird. Yeah. Purple say, the Platinum Owl say, they lied to us about everything. Yeah, they lied about everything, bro. You gotta unprogram and redo when it comes to the mind. Rethink, recalibrate your thoughts, but it don't first come with unprogramming. You feel what I'm saying? Didi say all seeing eyes as well. Patrice Davis 32 say, I like that. Don't lose your mind, use it. Yeah, I'm telling you. Telling you, sis. Being 32 say for real. Didi say birds are a time and a frequency. Platinum Mouse say True Media. I feel this why when people take shrooms, they get scared because of what realms that they could describe only. Yeah. When you take these different shrooms or natural herbs, psychedelics, or these different things that can spin you or throw you into different realms with different beings, some of this stuff is very well necessary for the people who still into the know. Some of us was born with knowing about these different these different realms. But some people needed proof of different realms or proof of the existence of these different forms of life and dimensions. So you have certain herbs that you can take to put you in a state of giving you a certain level of information to help you with your spiritual walk or to help you with your journey throughout life. Some of us don't need it. We already know it's there. We already know where the light at, and the light where it's just nothing but light. We know about these different realms. Some people don't know about it. So, a lot of ancients used to take these things so it can give them downloads or reminders of these different things coming from these different realms, or giving them different information coming from these different realms. So that's what that's all about right there. Sherry say, we need to rename this channel. The Revelators. Okay. Brittany in this thing. What's good with you, sis? I see you, Brittany. Welcome to the live, sis. Hot Mammy 2 in this thing. What's good with you, Hot Mammy? How you doing? Didi say, it's a confirmation. Ben say, Freemasons also use 30. I was just able to say 33. It is what it is. I'm gonna leave that to. I'm gonna leave. I'm gonna leave that to the people. YWN restricted. Didi say, you're on the right path. Keep going. Already. Thank you, sir. I appreciate that. You too, sis. Platinum Out say 33, a number of mastery. Yeah, definitely. RC, RC say 33 is the highest degree in Freemasonry. Yeah, definitely is. Didi say, your spirit guides are confirming your actions. Facts. That's real right there. Says Empress Mercedes say Freemasons don't know shit. The devil was a lie. They've been bamboozled. Yeah, well, I wouldn't. So they have somewhat of some information pertaining to this great cosmic event, but the Freemasons, a lot of what the Freemasons teach, they have got it from ancient civilizations, of course. So they haven't studied or came up with nothing new that they was led on their own to preach or teach about. It's just regurgitated things that was already once taught through history. It's only but so many people that can come along and give you a different invention, a different perspective of way of thinking, or a different definition of what something means. Not too many people can do it. Most of the information that people have comes from like something that they studied, or something that they have gathered information from. But like I say, it's some of us that who get information directly from the divine. We ain't got to go to college. We ain't got to go to these different institutions, or be a part of these different groups, or oath, or take no oath, or be a part of these different rituals. We already know the truth internally. Okay? And most people already internally know the truth. They just never activate that Kundalini energy, or they never activate that God power. So they never come into their own when it comes to teaching about synchronicities and downloads that they may be getting from the universe that nobody else know nothing about. All right. Ben say, yeah, they used to they use it to mock Christ, I think. Not really. That ain't what Freemason. Nah, that ain't what Freemasonry. That ain't what Freemasonry mean, bro. Freemasonry mean the building of your temple, the building of mankind, the building of your temple of mankind. That's what Freemason is all about. It's not about none demonic. It's not about tearing down Christ. It's not about none of that bullshit that they try to get people to believe. Freemasonry is about building your temple through different ancient scientific methods or studies or principles. That's it. All right. The Platinum Mile say, I feel like I know who mentioning LMA. Yes. Yeah, it's a lot of people, bro. It's more than one, bro. It's more than one I'm talking about with these so-called spiritual gurus. Didi say different perspectives. Quinasia say later, be safe. I'll see you later, sis. Be good. Good night. Sherry say true interpretation comes from the Most High. I like how you said, yeah. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. that's what I'm talking. I ain't talking about nothing you believe. I ain't talking about nothing you heard. All right. Quinasia say good night. Didi say good night at Quinasia. YWN say I'm out. I gotta go to work in the morning. Yeah, I gotta get ready to go too. Let me skip to the bottom. Mo 1998 say who in their right mind would take some shrooms. Didi say mugwort will do it 100. Wayne say what up True Media, what good with you Wayne? The Platinum Owl say Blue Lotus too. Didi say yep. Platinum say facts. Didi say white, blue and purple Lotus. Is I'm saying that right? Yeah, I think I'm saying that right. Mo 1988 say yes, equals to going against Christ. The Platinum Owl say Freemason represents stone mastery, meaning building or your throne to higher consciousness. Freemasonry don't mean going against Christ. Stop, just stop, y'all. It don't mean nothing about going against the Messiah. That's not what that mean. The Platinum Owl say yes. The brother Platinum Owl just read it. Freemasonry represents stone mastery, meaning building to your throne to your highest consciousness. I just said that. I just said that. It's about building your temple. It ain't got nothing to do with Christ. Now, in modern times, you know, they may have manipulated it in a way to where it gets you to it confuse you, so you wouldn't understand what it's really all about. But it don't. The origins of it is never. It wasn't nothing about going against Christ. The Platinum Owl say yes. RC say good night, brother. True. Blessings to you. Yeah, that's gonna be the end of the live. I love all y'all. Thank everybody for being a part of the live, man. God bless y'all. I know we've been on for like 3 hours. I can already feel it. My back hurt. I'm tired. Thank everybody for showing up, showing out, being a part of this amazing discussion and talk. It was very necessary. And I appreciate y'all all for tuning in with me and showing some love. And I love y'all. God bless y'all. Stay prayed up. Until next time, I'll holler at y'all later. Peace. 100.